Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. I call to order the meeting of the Manassas Park Governing Body for Tuesday, December 13th, 2022. First, we need to address remote participation. Councilmember Hasib Javed has requested to participate in the meeting remotely. Councilmember Javed, can you please state your location and the reason for participating remotely?
Hello, good evening. This is Councilmember Javed. I'm participating remotely from Durham, North Carolina. I had some work issues last minute that I had to be in attendance down here for a couple days.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of Councilmember Javed participating remotely, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you, Councilmember Javed. Okay, moving on to approval of the agenda. Are there any changes or additions to the agenda? Seeing none and hearing none, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Okay, at this time, I would like us to take note of the passing of a longtime Manassas Park resident, Mr. James Jim Flanagan. He was active as a former member of the Manassas Park Volunteer Fire Department, and he passed on December 7th. Please remember the Flanagan family in your thoughts and prayers. Please join us for a moment of silence, and Councilmember Mensing, would you lead us in the pledge?
Yes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next we have public comment time. There will be 3 opportunities to comment publicly since there are 2 public hearings, but this is the general public comment time. But first, City Manager has information to share with us.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide some clarification from last week. I confused 2 issues when the resident last week talked about the no trespassing signs. We had a follow-up staff meeting, and remember, he also brought up the dog issue. So my guidance was if there's a dog, we're not going to, of course, open the gate and expose our employees. But the city attorney did research on the no trespassing signs, and our code enforcement officers do have legal access to the front door. So I want to clarify that. I spoke incorrectly last week. Are there any questions on that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is anyone signed up to make public comment?
Jeanette, can I make a comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For the folks that are at home, I just want to remind everybody that tomorrow is the last day to register for the Winter Light Extravaganza. As of this afternoon, we have 15 homes throughout the city. So if people are interested, please go to the website or come in tomorrow to City Hall and pick up a registration form. We did have a box down there, but that's now been converted into
I noticed that.
into some sort of donation box. So if you don't have access to get it to me electronically, just call myself or Councilmember Amaya, and we'll pick it up. So thank you. And also thank you to the sponsor, the Kessler, I think it's the Kessler Group, for sponsoring the Winter Light Extravaganza. Thank you.
15, that's very impressive. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to make public comment? Okay, seeing no one and hearing no one, we will move on to public hearing. Our first public hearing for A is FY23 Budget Amendment Number 1. We will be voting on this later in the meeting this evening. I declare the public hearing open.
I have nothing further to add from last week and all the follow-up emails.
Okay. Are there any governing body comments or questions?
There's some comments coming into YouTube.
I'm sorry.
Comments coming in YouTube for public comment.
Okay, Mr. Mike Smith on YouTube has commented, Several people have posted on the community forum that the new Tyler Technologies payment portal is not working for them. Can someone give us an update when they expect to have that fully functional? Is there someone we should reach out to for help with portal issues? Also, can someone give us an update when we can expect our real estate tax bills? Will they be out before the end of the year? Thank you. So I would turn to Laszlo for that.
Sure. So, and first, Councilmember Amaya, if you can put the mic when you speak, so we can hear. So the real estate bills, talking to the treasurer, should be out, or should be out this week. So residents should be receiving them sometime next week. In terms of the payment portal, it is live. If anyone's having issues, please have them call the customer service division or send us an inquiry online. We're going to do a demo of the payment portal in the first meeting of January. But it's been thoroughly vetted and tested, so if anyone's having issues, please reach out to our customer service division. That's why we have them, and we can help them troubleshoot those issues.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing no one, and, oh, I'm sorry. Any other governing body questions?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Could I ask the city attorney to explain the guidance on, not guidance, but the law on increases in the governing body salaries? Because that's part of the.
Yes,
budget
yes.
amendment.
You're talking about the email I sent out? Yes. So I forget the exact state code reference, but you have to do it for, it has to be done so that it takes effect after the election, July 1st after the election. So for us, the next election is in 2 years. So it would be just July 1st, 2025 is the earliest it could occur. The vote has to be taken at least 4 months prior to the election for that particular governing body. So I think it's going to have to be the last meeting in June of 2024, because the meeting in July is the third week of July, which is less than 4 months prior to, I believe it's the November 5th is the election day that year. So it has to be at least 4 months. So you guys will have to vote on it the last meeting in June 2024 to take effect July 1st, 2025.
Which would be the fiscal 26, that'd be fiscal year 26, right? July 1st?
Yeah.
2025?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have a follow-up?
No.
Okay.
Mayor, may I go up and show how people can contact our new customer service division? Okay. So give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up the website. And the customer service division won't necessarily know how to troubleshoot the issue, but they will connect any resident struggling with the issue to the necessary parties who can. So let me just bring this up. Okay, so if they go to our website. Okay, so when you're at our website, the how do I is always very, very useful. So if you click on how do I mean, it was even there on the main page, but you see contact central customer service. You just click on that, and then here's the phone number and the email to get in touch with them. So
That's very
any questions
clear.
on that? Okay, and they're a great resource. We're having them track, what the concerns are of our residents or inquiries, so we kind of start growing data about where our customers need help.
Can you go through the pathway again,
Sure.
please?
So if you're on our website page, just scroll over how do I, and actually it's right over here to contact central customer service. You can either click on that, or you just click on the how do I, and then you can click here, contact central customer service.
Okay,
And it takes you
super.
to this page.
Thank you. Okay. Any other governing body questions or comments? Okay, now is public comment time for the public to comment on the public hearing issue. Okay, seeing no one and hearing no one, do we have a motion to close?
Hey, Jen, I have one question.
Yes, go ahead.
It was just back to the question, Councilmember Hampton, and referenced about the increase. Dean, are you talking about the fiscal year, or is this going to be calendar year? You said after the elections of what, 2024?
I was talking calendar year, but Councilmember Hampton just pointed out that it would be effective fiscal year '25. So it'll be effective July 1st, 2024 is the earliest, but that is the first day of fiscal year 2025.
Or is it fiscal year '26, July 1,
July 1,
2025?
Is it July 1, 2024 or July 1, 2025?
Oh, yeah, July 1. Let's see, so the election would be in 2024, so it'd be, you're right, it would be FY '26.
So it'd be July 1st, 2025.
Right,
Right.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, FY '26.
okay. Thank you.
That answer your question,
So
Leslie?
FY '26 is July 1st. Yeah.
Yes, July 1st, 2025, which is FY '26.
26. Okay.
Do you have a follow-up?
Okay. No follow-up. Are we taking a vote on this later today?
Who wants to know if we're voting on this later today?
Yes, we will be. The answer is yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just was curious. I didn't get, and I know you responded to my email. I was just wondering how everybody else felt about it, about the leaving it that in there in the amendment.
His voice, there was a lot of static.
He wants to know, Hasib, do you want to get like a pulse check on us now instead of when we go to vote on it?
Yeah, exactly. They got a consensus. I mean, unless you want to talk it before we take the vote.
Is that, Dean, is that legal?
So you just closed the public hearing, and then?
No,
Oh, you
not
have,
yet.
yeah, you
No.
still can talk about it. Now, when you close the public hearing, of course,
Okay.
you can still have discussion prior to the vote.
I
and
think what he's asking for is a straw vote. Is that legal?
A straw vote on what?
On how we feel about that particular portion of the budget amendment, the governing body stipend.
Well, I mean, it's something that's not even going to be effective for a couple of years. Is it something that has to be done
It's-
tonight?
It's actually included in the amended, it's proposed in the amended budget.
Well, the funds would be removed, but you guys can vote on it tonight. It was just, I'd have to plug it into the model for FY '26 instead of now. So you still could direct me tonight to do it. But why don't you just do it when we get to agenda item 8D, then why don't you guys just discuss it then? And it is just supposed to be public hearing for you all to hear from the public.
Is that agreeable to you, Councilmember Javed?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any follow-up, any further questions?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, since there was no public comment, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to our second public hearing. Public hearing is on an ordinance change that would authorize an annual exception of the requirement that household waste be set into a refuse container. This exception would be for the first collection following December 25th. I declare the public hearing open.
And I drafted this at the direction of the governing body. I don't really have anything to add. I think it speaks for itself. It would just allow for a one-time exception. The idea would be that it's, we require them to be in trash bins, or precisely because we don't want to have a lot of, vermin and such getting in there. But if they're leaving them around their house for another week, then that kind of defeats the purpose. So this was seen as, from my understanding, as the best way to take care of the extra household debris or household waste.
Okay, are there any questions or comments? Yes, ma'am.
This is for the city manager. Is there an additional cost for us doing this?
$3,000.
Well, that's a very small potatoes.
Yeah, very small.
Very small amount,
Yeah,
because I think it's something the residents will greatly appreciate.
right.
Yeah.
And based on
Yes,
the
it's our
feedback-
holiday gift to the,
Right.
to the residents, yeah, okay.
I was happy to see it included recycling as well. We can leave large cardboard boxes out.
Okay, any other, do you have a follow-up?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Javed, do you have any comments or questions on this particular public hearing?
No comments or questions. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Any other comments? Anybody? Okay. Moving on to public comment on this. Would anyone like to make public comment on this public hearing? Seeing no one and hearing no one, do we have a motion to close?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you. This we will also vote on later this evening. For the folks at home, normally we do not vote the same day that we have the public hearing, but the narrow time window for implementation on both of these necessitates a vote today. Okay, moving on to 5A. 5A is a resolution recognizing Kathy Davenport for her over 30 years of outstanding service as a benefits program specialist. Whereas the governing body of the City of Manassas Park are extremely grateful for the great service provided to our community by all of our employees. And whereas the governing body desires to recognize outstanding performance of our employees as they accomplish important projects, innovate solutions, and/or are recognized by residents and/or partners in our community and region for their outstanding work. And whereas Kathy Davenport began her social service work in the benefits field in December of 1992, and whereas Kathy has worked for the City of Alexandria, the City of Manassas, and Fauquier County before joining the City of Manassas Park in October 2017. And whereas Kathy continues her excellent service as a benefits specialist for our city residents, helping them to secure essential support. Now therefore be it resolved that the governing body hereby recognizes the great 30 years of service and dedication of Kathy Davenport as a benefits program specialist. Be it further resolved that Kathy Davenport is awarded with a Performance Spotlight Award certificate for her outstanding service by the governing body and signed by both the mayor and the city manager of Manassas Park. Do we have a motion?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Davenport, for your service. Deeply appreciate it.
Me.
Is,
No, she's on.
is she here this evening?
She's on.
Go-to
You're
meeting.
welcome.
Oh, are
I've
you with
enjoyed
us
serving
online?
the
Oh,
community of Manassas Park this past 5 years and the Commonwealth of Virginia for the past 30 years.
would you like to say anything else, Ms. Davenport?
I plan to be here in Manassas Park for another few years. I'm going to hang around for a little bit. I've enjoyed working with all of you guys and look forward to the future.
Well, that's good news
And
that you're going to
thank
stay
you all
around.
very much for recognizing me.
Okay, thank you so much. We very much appreciate your service. Thank you. Okay. Okay. 5B, we have certificates of appreciation for all of the volunteers and donors who handed out turkeys and non-perishables to residents and seniors at the community center. The process will be, I will read the resolution, we will vote on the resolution, then I will read off the names of all the recipients, and folks can group up, gather for a photo if you like, if you're comfortable to do that. So the resolution reads, whereas the governing body of the City of Manassas Park are extremely grateful for the great service provided to our community by all of our donors and volunteers, and whereas the governing body desires to recognize outstanding performance of our donors and volunteers as they accomplished collecting, sorting, and distributing non-perishables and turkeys to provide to the residents of our community, and whereas the donors and volunteers demonstrate the true definition of kindness through providing time and goods and willingness to be there for all of our residents, and whereas the donors and volunteers' humble, caring, hardworking, and can-do attitude should be recognized and celebrated. Now therefore be it resolved that the governing body hereby recognizes the great service and accomplishments of the donors, volunteers, and of the Department of Social Services of Manassas Park. Be it further resolved that these donors and volunteers are awarded with a certificate of appreciation for their outstanding service by the governing body and signed by both the mayor and the city manager of Manassas Park. The recipients will be Aminta Reyes, Blanca Soriano, Charlie Amaya, Councilmember Darrell Moore, Ephraim Nwabuke, Jaden Perez, Jennifer Hernandez, Jesus Amaya, Jezebel Amaya, Joe Miller, Joshua Fuentes, Kaylee Caballero, Karen Miller, Kelly Caballero, Krista Metzger, Miguel Vasquez, Marilyn Caballero, Director of Social Services Randy Knight, Rosemary Cortez, Todd Sproul, Vera Fuentes, Vivian Perez, and Councilmember Yessi Amaya. Thank you all very much. Councilmember Amaya, did you want to pass out the certificates?
So, yes, thank you, volunteers, for your time. It was very cold that day. But we got it through, and, yeah, we were happy to help out our residents of Manassas Park, and we have 3 of our volunteers here to accept the certificates. So do you want me to go down there, have them come up here and take a picture?
Would they like to take a picture?
Would you like to take a picture?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Super. And Tony is our wonderful photographer.
Mayor, would you like to stand with us as well?
I'm sorry.
Would you like to stand with us as well for a picture?
I'm sorry. I couldn't-
Would you like to come and stand with us for a picture?
Would you like me to?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
Since Daryl's not here.
I didn't want to push myself in.
No, no, come on.
Where would you like me?
Well, thank you for stopping by. Thank you so much for your help. Thank you very much. That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, moving on into information. 6A is RCF and Associates FY22 City of Manassas Park Audit.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Can everyone hear me okay? All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here tonight to present the audit for the year ended June 30th, 2022 for the City of Manassas Park. My name is Mike Moran, and I'm a director at Robinson Farmer Cox Associates. So for tonight's presentation, I'm going to go over the engagement summary, the audit results, the communication items, there's 2 of them, a few financial statement highlights, including the fund balance, some items on revenue and expenditures. The engagement summary. You engaged us to perform a financial statement audit and compliance report for the year ended June 30th, 2022. This audit was subject to the auditing standards generally accepted in the U.S., the specifications of audits of counties, cities, and towns issued by the APA, the standards for financial audits contained in the government auditing standards issued by the Comptroller General, and the provisions of the Uniform Guidance, your single audit. All right. Now for what you've been waiting for, the audit results. Within the annual financial report, there are 3 auditor-type reports. There's 1 in the front, and there's 2 towards the back. The first one is the independent auditor's report. This is our report on the numbers themselves. Happy report for the year ended June 30th, 2022. We had an unmodified opinion. That's a good, clean opinion. That's on the numbers, and that's exactly what you're looking for as a council. The second auditor type report is the internal control over financial reporting and on compliance. I'm happy to report for the year ended June 30th, 2022, that we did not identify any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, which once again is exactly what you're looking for. The third auditor type report is our report on compliance for each major program and on internal control over compliance. This is our single audit report. And once again, I'm happy to report no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, and that's exactly what you're looking for. Communication items, there's two of them. Those are the items I just passed out. They're separate from the binder report that you're provided. The first one is our governance letter. That's the one that's going to be stapled. That's a letter to council. In that letter, we communicate any items that are of importance. So if we had any new accounting standards, any disagreements with management, uncorrected misstatements, if we engage any specialists in the audit, it would all be within there. That's a very standard letter, so there's no disagreements with management or uncorrected misstatements or anything like that. The second separate item from the binder report is our management comments and recommendations. We had 3 of them this year. There was 1 for the city and 2 for the school board. Is it muted? Yeah.
Share the screen, I forgot.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Second. So the management letter, comments, and recommendations, these are minor items. They don't rise to a level of significant deficiency or material weakness. These are just some minor recommendations we have. Moving on to the financial statement highlights for the year. One of the main items this year that was implemented in the government accounting world was GASB 87, and that's on leases. So when you take a look at the report this year, that is something you'll see. There's a little bit more in Note 1 about the implementation of this. Basically, what happened is leases are now on the financial report themselves, so with kind of an offsetting liability. And the reason is to kind of give a little more clarification and visibility into the commitments of the city. So that was one big change. Moving on to the actual financial highlights on here, your net position of governmental activities at June 30th, 2022 was approximately $17.2 million, which is an increase of approximately $834,000 from the prior year. Your net position on Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2, that is on the full accrual basis. So that includes all your capital assets, your long-term debt, your leases, and those sort of items. And on a modified accrual basis, this will be found on Exhibit 3, your total fund balance for the governmental funds at year end was approximately $23.8 million, which is actually a decrease in fund balance of governmental funds of about 19.7, and that was due to the planned capital expenditures for the year. Unassigned fund balance for the general fund at year end was approximately $15.2 million. You can find that on Exhibit 3, and I'll have another slide about that in just a minute. And just a good exhibit to kind of refer to when you get a chance to kind of look over the report a little bit more is Exhibit 11, and that's your budgetary comparison for the general fund. And lastly, your net position, once again, your full accrual basis for the business type activities at year end was approximately $19.7 million, which is an increase of about $1.5 million from the prior year. All right, moving on to a couple of charts and graphs. The first one here is your summary of fund balance for the general fund. You can see this is the past 5 years. So on the right-hand side is the current year, fiscal year 2022. You can see the unassigned fund balance at year end was approximately $15.3 million, as we mentioned on the other slide. So this graph just kind of gives you a little more visual into the changes of fund balance over the past 5 years for the general fund, excuse me. The next slide here, just once again, just gives you another visualization of the summary of fund balance for the general fund for the past 5 years, just in a graph form. So you can, once again, on the right-hand side, you'll see fiscal year 2022, and on the left-hand side, fiscal year 2018. On this graph here is your governmental fund revenues for the past 5 years, and you can see the property taxes, the local taxes, the intergovernmental. This is all Exhibit 5 just on a graph form, just so you can visualize it a little bit more. The next slide, once again, a little bit more of a visualization of the governmental fund revenues in the pie chart. You can see your property taxes were 64.1% of your governmental fund revenues. Intergovernmental was the 14.6, and your local taxes was the 13.2. The next slide is your governmental fund expenditures. This one you can see obviously is a big uptick in fiscal year 2022, and that was all the capital projects, mainly the city hall. And just the next slide, same using the same data as the previous slide, just more in the pie chart, so you could see the breakdown of the governmental fund expenditures by type. That's all I have for you tonight. It's just, I know it's a brief overview of the financial report. When you do get a chance to dig back into this, I know it's a very thick report. If you don't have a chance to go through the whole thing, which I don't blame you, a good start to just kind of read would be the introductory section with the letter of transmittal or the MD&A up front. And that'll kind of give you a good brief overview of everything for the fiscal year and in the future. Happy to answer any questions, or if you have any questions in the future, feel free to reach out.
Thank you. That's always good news when it's a clean audit.
Yes.
Let's start with Councilmember Javed so we don't forget about you. Councilmember Javed, do you have any comments or questions?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Comments or questions here? Yes.
Just, has the school board been informed about their two, or will we be informing them?
Out there what?
The two, we have one, and then they have two.
Yeah, a copy is sent to the school board.
Okay, great, thank you, thanks.
Follow-up?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. Apparently, we have no further questions.
Sounds good.
Thank
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time tonight.
Okay, next we have Community Maintenance Working Group update. Councilmember Hampton.
I'll let the city manager pull up the PowerPoint.
We upload it? Lana, do you know, did you upload it here?
No.
No. Let me pull it on a thumb drive.
Okay. Well, while he's doing that, we'll promote the Winter Lights Extravaganza again. And I forgot to mention that the scouts are the ones who do the judging. So spoke to them earlier today, they're very eager.
They're excited.
Yeah.
That's good.
I have a question about that. Are you guys gonna be making a map, for all the residents to kind of like follow a route and
There's
look
going to be a list of the houses.
Okay, great,
Yeah, we did that last year.
great, thanks.
She's bringing it over with thumb drive.
Okay. We do have some very exciting news, though. And it does it dovetails well into 6C.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. You can go on to slide 2 if you would, please.
Let me share this real quick.
No problem.
Why does it do that?
Because we're watching you, that's why.
Kept it on this screen for a reason. Okay, there we go. That's better. Okay.
Okay. So I wanted to put this up here so folks at home, if they wanted to know about what it is that we do or find any information, that's where you go on the website. And as a reminder, the Community Maintenance Working Group is made up of 4 members, 2 city council members, myself and Councilmember Amaya, and 2 residents, Ms. Meem and Ms. Seawick. And just a reminder, this is to kind of talk about what you all had approved back in the summertime, the litter collection programs, which we'll talk in a little bit more detail in a second. As well, that'll kind of dovetail into 6C, a code education campaign, which will start tonight with 6D. The home and apartment decoration contest, which we'll talk about in a little bit moment. And I've already spoke in great detail this afternoon about the Winter Lights Extravaganza. And then more moderate term efforts is the volunteer corps for snow removal and yard work for those that have mobility issues. And then long-term, a community garden, and long-term would be sometime in summer, sometime after July 2024. Could you go to the next slide, please? The home and apartment decoration contest, we've, this calendar year, we've had 2, our brand-new Halloween Houses of Lights, where we had 2 winners, one on Zachary Court and one on Manassas Drive. And the winner of the Winter Light Extravaganza was, we joked around, we called him like the king or princess of the day at the trunk or treat. And that's the picture of the gentleman sitting in that big white chair. The 2002 Winter Light Extravaganza, the registrations, of course, end tomorrow. The prize sponsor is the Nellis Group. They've given us more than $200 in gift cards for the winning homes. And there's been a slight change in the judging dates because of the weather. The judging will occur this Sunday based on the conversation this afternoon with the Scouts, which means we will be meeting here at City Hall on Sunday to do the tallying and notifying the residents, and then we will go around along with the Nellis Group on Monday and Tuesday to distribute the signs to all the winning homes and to those homes that won the gift cards to those homes as well. When I wrote this the other day, we had around 12 participating homes. Right now, I think it's 15, possibly 16. I forgot exactly how many. You can see over there the people up in the upper right-hand corner. Those were the people that had the best citywide home in 2021. They served as the Grand Marshal at 2 weekends ago's Grand Light Parade. They were overjoyed. They were very happy. And there's a picture of the winning home in the daytime because we didn't go there at night. And then you can also see the signs for both the Halloween contest and the Winter Light Extravaganza. Go to the next slide, please. So this is one of our new programs that we're very excited about. And it's a citywide collection campaign that'll happen around Earth Day in April 2023. And it's 4 parts. The first part is the schools, working with the schools to have some sort of litter collection or some sort of recycling education program. That'll happen either before or after Earth Day. We've already initiated conversations with the school board, who has already put us in touch with the school administrator and their public relations person. So that we got that kicked off. We're going to invite them into our conversations, our next meeting in January, to really get things kind of rolling. The second part of it is working with the businesses in the Connor Center, where they could possibly just take a day, go around their area and do some sort of cleanup. We've already spoken to the city manager and to Ms. Money about this. And the next step is to invite economic development coordinator to our next meeting to kind of get that, figure out exactly how we're going to do that. The second part is Earth Day at Polk Street Park. And like I said, we've already spoken to kind of vetted this by the city manager, and it's a citywide event, one day, where we'll come to the Polk Park and do some sort of cleanup or sprucing up at the park, as well as clean up that part of Polk Drive. And just as a side note, when I was on Polk Drive this past weekend, there are some spots where folks have just been dumping litter on the road. I mean, I came across one household where it literally looked like someone took the ashtray out of the car and dumped all of their cigarette butts. So there's a need for this. And so we're gonna, we've done some initial discussions about that. Our January meeting is really where we're gonna get down to business and really start mapping it out. Of course, we'll probably have conversations with Park and Recreation by way of Miss Money. I think, did I say your last name right? Monet. Monet, sorry. Hey, I gave you a new name. And then the last part is Keep the Park Beautiful, which dovetail into 6C. We mentioned a little bit about this when we gave the presentation back in the summertime, where we talked about Keep America Beautiful, Keep Virginia Beautiful, and if you recall, we talked about some free things that they had to offer, including these little envelopes for folks to put their cigarette butts in. Ms. Monet did some great investigation presented to us a couple of weeks ago, and she has a very, very a robust presentation to talk about it tonight, as well as the next steps. And that is all of our presentation. Any questions?
Thank you. Councilmember Javed, do you have any questions for Councilmember Hampton?
No question. Thank you for the presentation, and looking forward to next steps. Thanks.
Thank you. Comments or questions?
How is the code enforcement education piece coming?
It's going to start tonight.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that is 6D.
Okay, good, thanks.
Okay. Thank you for all the work that's been done on this. This is terrific.
Thank you.
thank
I mean, it's a group effort. It's all four of us.
Yeah. Well,
A
all
lot
four
of
of you.
hours, a lot of laughing.
Yeah, well, the four of you have done a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to Keep America Beautiful, 6C.
Good evening. So as Councilmember Hampton spoke about, we had staff do some research based off the initial findings from the committee about Keep America Beautiful and Keep Virginia Beautiful. We wanted to do some follow-up, looking at Adopt a Highway, looking at all the different programs that are out there, and come back to you also. We had some great staff research from Yvette and also from Steve Hall, who's not here, but the transportation program manager, as he started looking into the Adopt a Highway program. Then he also started looking into Keep Manassas Beautiful, see how they clean their streets. And so he did some helpful research to help Yvette out as well. So you'll find a lot of good information here tonight, and then I'll kind of wrap it up because there are some decision points from you all at the end in terms of expenditures and appointment of a potential committee as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Yvette.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Rochelle, council members, colleagues. We're going to discuss two programs. The first one is the Keep Virginia Beautiful programs. And actually, before I start, I would like to publicly thank Steve Hall because he did a lot of the research as well, and he contacted counterparts in Manassas. So the two programs that we're going to look at Keep Virginia Beautiful, which has 4 programs: the Adopt a Highway program, the Green Grants, the Cigarette Litter Prevention Program, and the Keep Virginia Beautiful, which is a little confusing, but we're going to go into each one. The first one, the Adopt a Highway program, we cannot use it because Manassas Park owns the roads and the maintenance, so we're not going to be able to use that one. Green Grants program is a series of grants for 30 days in June of each year. And the grants range from $500 to $1,000. There are 4 categories: litter prevention, cigarette litter, community beautification, and recycling. And on the right, you can see that, let's see if I can point to that. Well, you can see that table where in 2022, these are some of the, actually, these are the 30 awards that were given in June. And you can see in red, there is a town of Purcellville, which is close to us. You have also the city of Fairfax, who got the award, city of Newport News, Gloucester County. So as you can see, the grantees can be local government agencies, can be nonprofits, can be cities and towns. Going to the second one, the second program is the cigarette litter prevention. It's a pretty simple program. What they do is they provide receptacles for cigarette butts, and they can be permanent, metal, wall, or pole mounted. I'm sorry. They are very sturdy plastic stand-up model as well. The applications are accepted on a rolling basis, and that's the website where we have to go and apply. Continuing with the Keep Virginia Beautiful organization, the other program that they have is the litter prevention program. This one is very simple as well. All you have to do is, as an individual, not as a group or organization, you go to the website and you order a kit which contains recyclable items that you can use in your car, for example. They can give you a trash bag that you can have in the car. They can give you utensils that you can reuse, like metal utensils. So any one of us can go there and request those kits. So that was the Keep Virginia Beautiful. Now we're gonna go into the Keep America Beautiful organization, which mission is just like with the other one, to inspire and educate people to take action every day to improve and beautify their community environment. The projects can be public space recycling, beautification through tree planting, cigarette butt litter prevention, waterways, multi-community partners and projects are encouraged. So you could apply to several of the grants in the same round. The application can be submitted more than one, I just said that, I'm sorry. The deadline is January of each year. So if you want to work on this one, we would have to apply in January for that, for the Keep America. The awards are given in February, and there is a final report due in October. And on the right, you can see, again, the different programs, the public space recycling grants, the cigarette litter prevention grant, in the community and recovery tree planting grant, which consists of planting trees after a disaster, for example, or in areas to prevent any damage if there is a disaster, like a storm, for example. The affiliate requirements for the Keep America Beautiful program. There is a one-time membership fee of $3,500, and that's depending on the population size. So for Manassas Park, it would be $3,500. There's an annual fee of $170. There is a required training once the application is accepted, and there are about 700 affiliates in the nation. The eligibility for community impact grants, last round ended in, well, we already said that. So we would have to apply in January again. And again, the public space recycling grant, cigarette litter prevention grant, community and recovery tree granting grant, cigarette litter collection stands, and litter in waterways. And you can see the pictures there with the volunteers working on the projects. Now we're going to go into the, just to give you an example of how this can be implemented. This is the Keep Manassas Beautiful program. So Manassas is an affiliate of the Keep America Beautiful program. So in April 2017, City Council designated Keep Manassas Beautiful, and they designated actually an advisory committee, and per their bylaws, they have 6 appointed members. You can, when you do your bylaws, if you decide to do this program, you would be able to say how many advisory committee members you can have. They engage, they educate residents on litter prevention, city beautification, and recycling. This program in Manassas is managed by the city. They have a program coordinator, and this is part of her duties. It's nothing extra. Additional support, of course, the coordinator gets additional support from the streets, parks, and stormwater administrators. Again, this empowers residents and organizations and volunteers. The role of these, of the members of this committee is to create the city website and maintain the website, marketing and outreach, produce brochure and cleanup guides, review and accept new program participants, manage inventory and provide supplies, attend Keep America Beautiful meetings, update database with information from program participants, updating activities and reports on Keep America Beautiful website, coordinate cleanups, dispose of refuse, brief advisory committee, and the city council. So what Manassas have been doing, they participated in the Adopt a Leader cleanup program, formerly Adopt a Street. They determined the following: 250 public streets, 19 parks, 5 historic sites, 16 athletic fields, 2 streams, 2 walking trails. They also had the Adopt a Hydrant application to adopt Keep Snow. Okay, so that Adopt a Hydrant is what we talked about, and you laughed about it. That is to keep the snow and debris off of the hydrants. There's also a cigarette ferry, which we're already looking into who's going to be the one in Manassas Park if the program is implemented. So you can see some fun pictures there with all the volunteers. Now we're going to go into the Adopt a Stream program. There is a Manassas Park partnership already for the Russia Branch Stream in Manassas Park. It was adopted in 2019. The signs were erected in 2021. There is a citizen, Ms. Melissa Davis, who applied to this program due to trash concerns that she had. Manassas First Ward and Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints adopted the program. There was a cleanup, as I said, for Russia Branch, which was about 2 to 3 mile that they cleaned from the stream. Also, on our part, on Manassas Park, we had Carla Johnson, who's no longer with us, who was the coordinator for that cleanup. Instead of Carla, if you decide to go on with this, Ashley Joaquin would be the coordinator for us. We also, actually, Steve communicated with the coordinator for this program in Manassas, in the Conservation District for Prince William, and they are very happy to continue the relationship with us and do cleanups. For the Russia Branch cleanups, there was one on September 16, 2020. 2 to 3 miles were covered. They had 39 volunteers, including 17 adults and 22 children. 34 bags of waste was collected for about 1,500 pounds. The cleanup took 3 hours. So all together, 3 hours and times the 39 volunteers, it was 1,287 volunteer time that was given. I did not bring that picture, that infamous picture that I showed you.
Smoke volumes.
Yes, but you could see a mattress, you could see tires that they brought out from the stream. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Yvette. So the next step for the governing body is you guys have to determine if you want to actually be an affiliate of Keep America Beautiful and actually create a Keep the Park Beautiful, or whatever you guys decide to call it. Again, we'd have to make a decision tonight or the first meeting in January so we can get the application in. So before we do any further work as a staff, we want to hear from the governing body if this is something they actually want to do. And if so, then we would start the application process. The fee once time is $3,500, but as we talked about tonight, the stipend increases even if they're approved tonight. They can't start until FY26, so there's extra funding in the FY23 budget amendment if you want to apply that to this program. And then the annual fee is a very small $170. It's a good program. to really solicit volunteer kind of grassroots operations to help clean the city. It's in line with the mission of the Community Maintenance Working Group. So we can certainly go ahead and move forward with this, but again, you'd have to appoint that committee and give us a direction to go ahead and submit the application as part of that to pay that $3,500. For staff support, again, the vet is going to be the staff member assigned to support the committee with this work, with the exception of the stormwater program. That's a public works function that Ashley will help out with. And then again, Public Works will be there to support during the week in terms of full-time employees like they did for that September 2020 pickup. That was during the week. So if volunteers, have their equipment and pick up their trash bags, everything else, and pick up all the trash and debris from streets, from streams, from park trails, wherever it is, we can go pick it up and take it to the dump, the Public Works crew. Once we're able to hire a part-time crew, the goal always was with that group is that they would help out with a lot of the cleaning operations with stream cleanup and other activities, but they would be there to help the volunteers out as well as on weekends if that's a better time for volunteers to go out, because I know a lot of people will work during the week, so volunteers may want to do this kind of activity on the weekend. We can only support that once we hire our part-time crew, which unfortunately we haven't been able to recruit, but we're actively recruiting for part-time Public Works crew to support that. So with that, any questions you have for staff?
Thank you. This is a wonderful initiative, and thank you, Yvette, for the work that you've put into this. This is great. I especially like the grants, and I like the cigarette litter prevention. I think that's wonderful. I have a question about the training. Is training provided for an individual or for a group, for a department? How does that work?
For Keep America Beautiful?
Yes.
Do you remember of it? Is that for group? For the coordinator itself. Okay, so that'd be for you. Okay, so for the staff support member.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And there's 2 available trainings, did you say? Yeah, okay, thank you. Comments or questions?
Well, the idea was that we would use, for the grants, we would use this upcoming April event, right? Is that what we were talking about, using the upcoming April event as one of the applications for, or multiple applications for the grants?
Yeah, we would want to apply for the grant and then use the resources from the grant to help with the activities that will be planned this spring if we get awarded. If not, you would have to figure out, there are like the individual kits, we'd have to figure out how to get the supplies. Again, we have some budget availability now if we want to shift some of that funding over to this effort to kind of get this kicked off year one with the supply support. But we would like to apply for grants this year if they're available.
Does the working group act as a nucleus for the committee or the group that needs to be formed?
Yeah, if you guys want to just appoint those members, so when they have their meeting, they would either start with Keep the Park Beautiful, close that meeting, and then start the Community Maintenance Working Group, or vice versa.
Yeah, great.
And do you want to tell them where we talked about where to put the cigarette butt recycles?
Yeah. So
Receptacles.
we know we need some area in the downtown, so we were looking in this building on another side, the other side of the building here. So I'll come back once I flesh it out, but I met with Jay last week to kind of go over. But we have some ideas for where, when we apply for these receptacles, we can have a designated smoking area, because we don't want the plaza starting to get full of cigarette butts. So we want to kind of direct people to a certain part of our plaza for smoking.
Okay, super. Do you have any comments or questions?
What would the trash pickup be for the cigarette butt receptacles? And also like any volunteer days where they accumulate huge heaps of trash? Like what will we do with it then?
So your first question was the cigarette butt. So we'd have to, again, work that out with either Parks and Rec is the one who's maintaining the plaza, taking out the trash. So we'd have to work that out with them for how they would dispose it.
Okay.
What was your second question?
So the day, for example, the day back in 2020 when they got how many pounds of trash? Like, what do we do with it then?
Public Works picks it up and takes it to the dump. Yeah.
Okay.
In one of the cigarette programs, I can't remember which program it was, but it was one of the receptacles that you're required to ship it off someplace to a certain place, and they recycle it.
Oh, good. Okay.
Follow up?
No, thanks.
Any comments or questions? No. Councilmember Javed, do you have any comments or questions?
Sure. Yes, thank you for the presentation. I think this is a great initiative. My question was that about the grants. So you would have to be a member in order to receive the grants? Is that what I understood?
For the Keep America Beautiful, yes. For the Keep Virginia Beautiful, I don't believe so, but we'd have to go back. I think Keep Virginia, so Vet's nodding no. So Keep Virginia is focused on kind of helping all Virginia, regardless of kind of where you're at. But we, by becoming an affiliate of Keep America Beautiful, it allows you two things. So one is the branding, right, to be able to say keep the park beautiful, whatever we want to call it, to help with volunteer recruitment, to tag along with the different branded days that they have nationwide. So similar to kind of how National Night Out is kind of a coordinated law enforcement effort, they have kind of coordinated national cleanup days as well that you can be a part of. And then secondly, by becoming an affiliate of them, you can also apply for the different grant programs that they have.
Got it. So we would be, I guess what we're applying for is to become an affiliate, or are we
Yes.
joining a local affiliate?
No,
already?
we would be applying to become an affiliate of Keep America Beautiful. So if you see this slide, you see where it says Keep Manassas Beautiful. It says Keep America Beautiful Affiliate right below it. So we'd be able to say the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, I see. I mean, I think Prince William does that too. Keep Prince William Beautiful, I think they have. Something like that as well.
They do.
Councilmember Hampton is nodding her head.
I'm all
Yes.
for it. It's $3,500 is the application, and then the annual fee, $170 is, that's just very minimal. And I think I would support something like this since we do have, funds from surplus from the FY22.
And the concept is that we would also apply for grants to help kind of offset those dollars.
Yeah, right. Do you have a follow-up, Councilmember Javed?
No follow-up.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Laszlo, do you need a vote from us or
I think just consensus,
Okay.
yeah.
Are we in agreement that this is a good thing to do?
Yes.
Councilmember Amaya?
I would like a vote so we can start the process.
Well, we don't need, so your actual next vote, so now that if you have a consensus, you guys want to do this, the first meeting in January, we'd come back with the actual, I think it's resolution, Dean, for creation of any new committee.
Okay.
Dean? We would need a resolution, right, for the creation of any new committee, yeah. So you guys would be voting then essentially
okay.
to do it, to create the committee and then, yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Then
so, are you in agreement?
Yeah, do we need to change our budget amendment to include the 3,500?
I would just shift it, so you guys, you would direct me to shift it from, clearly the stipends, we can't increase them right now, we'd have to wait till FY '26, you would say just shift the funding from there to cover this, and that's, you have more than enough there.
Okay, so we just vote on that later. Okay, yeah, I'm in agreement.
Okay, sounds great, thank you. Okay, super. Okay, moving on to 6D, which is the trash and weeds presentation.
All right. So very excited to be presenting this again. The part of the outputs from the Community Maintenance Working Group was a request from staff to help out with essentially their public awareness campaign for kind of knowing your code to help residents kind of stay informed. So this is also a good project for some of our new staff as well that are involved in this as well. They had a great success today in court, so I shared that with you all in the email. This is a great process for them to learn the code and to present to you all this code, and then the committee themselves can take this, create their own kind of marketing materials from this presentation and help get the word out to our residents about understanding the code. We're starting with grass, weeds, and trash because those are the major issues that we are encountering as a city. And then also inoperable vehicles is another one, but you'll see that down the road. So each month or two or quarter, we'll come back with a presentation, but we're really going to hit those priority enforcement things first to really help inform the public. So I will turn it over to the Assistant City Attorney, Ryan Franklin, and our Assistant City Planner, Diane Rivas.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the governing body, it's an honor to be here. I'm here with Diane. I am the Assistant City Attorney. This is Diane, your title.
My name is Diane Rivas. I am the Assistant City Planner and a Code Enforcement Officer.
Awesome. So we are here tonight based on the working group's directive to really look at some of these high priority issues in terms of code enforcement. primarily as an educational tool, not only for the working group, for also the general public to understand how the code enforcement process works and kind of where these laws come from generally, so that we can have that transparency for these projects. So tonight we're going to be working on grass and weeds, improper domestic storage, trash and garbage, and then generally Chapter 13, which we just completely reenacted in May, that you guys, in a new ordinance, looking at some of those high priority provisions in there to try and give you a consensus. And we would ask respectfully that you leave all questions until the end, and we would be happy to answer those afterwards. So our first section that we have is grass and weeds. This is section 17-49 of the city code. And just a brief background, this is going to be something that will be a repeat throughout here, but we do have our own city charter. That is something that is unique to cities. This is something that the General Assembly has passed when we came incorporated in 1975. This gives us independent authority directly in order to enact our local laws within the city code. This is one source of independent authority, and the other source is the Virginia Code. That is something that the General Assembly is continually revising every year when they reconvene in their sessions. So between those two sections, those are the enabling authorities that give us as a city the right to enact the ordinances that we have and then be able to enforce them. So how primarily this presentation is going to work is I'm just going to give the general overview of what that authority looks like. And then Diane is going to go into the weeds specifically for the specific ordinances in question for each of these sections. So what I tried to do is try and highlight some of the terms just to make it clear in terms of the importance of certain things. So for here we have the governing body shall have the power to require and compel the abatement and removal of all nuisances within the city at the expense of the person or persons causing the same. This is in 2.1 subsection J of the city charter. This is pretty comprehensive here. And then we also have the corresponding authority from the Virginia Code, which is 15.2-901. Again, this is going to be a constant through many of these sections, where we have the city may by ordinance provide that owners of property shall cut the grass, weeds, and other foreign growth on such property, or may have such grass, weeds, or other foreign growth cut by its agents or employees, in which event the costs and expenses shall be chargeable to and paid by the owners of such property may be collected by the locality as taxes are collected. So this is the general authority in which we did pass an ordinance recently on grass and weeds. Now Diane is going to discuss into the weeds about this ordinance itself.
All right, so section 1749A is from the Code of Ordinances, and it describes the requirements for grass and weeds, which is maintaining them at a length of 10 inches or less. So here's some examples from the city of Manassas Park where we can see some overgrowth. So it can look like a variety. So it can either be a cluster where it's grown over 10 inches, but the rest of the grass is a lesser length, or it can be an overall yard that has grown above 10 inches. So as to the process for grass and weeds, violations are either brought to the attention of code enforcement by residents in the community, or they're identified by code enforcement during the workday when they're out in the field. So once that's actually noted, code enforcement will go ahead and give a door hanger to the property that's in question. Code enforcement tries to cooperate with the residents and owners of Manassas Park, so we want to give them an opportunity to actually comply with the ordinance. So code enforcement will wait until the following Monday to see if they've complied, and if that's not the case, then they'll issue an official NOV, both to the owner's address, and they'll post one on the front door. Just because
NOV being notice of violation.
Oh yeah, sorry, notice of violation. Just because sometimes the owner's address is different than the resident. So then code enforcement will then follow up 10 days later, and if the property remains in non-compliance, then they will request for a contractor to be sent out and cut the grass or weeds. So here's three images. On the left is a copy of a door hanger, that's where code enforcement will cross off a section of the code and what it's in violation of. Typically, under the line of warning 4, code enforcement will also kind of explain a little bit further what it is that they're looking to get fixed. And then on the right side, you'll see an actual copy of an NOV that may be posted on the front door and sent. So after non-compliance, the city has to bill the owner for the work that's been completed by whoever they've contracted to do so. If the owner fails to pay during the tax billing period, then the city treasurer may place a lien on the house, which would prevent the property from being sold without the lien being paid, without the bill being paid. So in terms of why we monitor this, snakes, vermins, and insects can hide and gather in the conditions that tall grass and weeds creates. In addition, it might reduce surrounding property values in the community, just in terms of the view. And then I'm going to pass it back to Ryan.
Thank you. And, Diane and Denora have also even witnessed some of these rats, so this is a very serious concern that she can attest to. So our second section is accumulation of trash and garbage, 17-48. Again, the same enabling authority from our city charter, 2.1-J. And then here we go again, 15.2-901, Virginia Code section. Here we have owners of property shall remove all trash, garbage, refuse, litter, clutter, and other like substances that might endanger the health or safety of other residents, or have such removed by its own agents or employees, in which event the costs or expenses shall be chargeable to and paid by the owners of such property and collected as taxes are collected. So just as I said for the first one, these are two mirroring enabling authorities with two similar sections to give us the authority. One is for grass and weeds, and now this is for trash and garbage. And now Diana is going to go into why this is important.
All right. So in addition to the accumulations of trash and garbage, which is 1748, we're also going to be discussing two other trash-related ordinances, 3115, which is about improper domestic storage, and 1323, which is in regards to solid waste. These ordinances are super important because they pose potential health hazards. Bacteria, insects, and vermin can thrive in garbage. They can also carry germs and bacteria from the garbage to other animals and other food that they may come into contact with. And again, snakes, vermin, insects get attracted by trash, and they'll go and make room there. In addition, poor sanitation is a deterrent for visitors and potential homeowners who may be visiting the city, and it can have an economic impact on those visitors and potential homeowners, which would affect the city as a whole. So the ordinance that we cite for trash and garbage is 1748A, which describes it as unlawful for any person to accumulate trash, garbage, refuse, litter, or unsanitary matter. Any property owner in the city is responsible for cleaning up what would be a violation from their property. So code enforcement first identifies the violation, similar to that of grass and weeds. It can come while they're out in the field or from a resident, and then they would issue a door hanger or a notice of violation, depending on the severity of the issue. So that's kind of at our discretion. If it seems like it's a really big problem, it has to be fixed sooner rather than later, we'll send out the notice of violation first. If it's small and it can be fixed with little effort, then we'll leave a door hanger. If it's still not fixed, then we'll send out a notice of violation. So once that official NOV is sent out, code enforcement will wait 30 days and then follow up. If the property remains non-compliant, then we will send out a summons, and that could lead to possible misdemeanor charges or fines. And this it follows a very similar format with the door hanger on the left and the NOV on the right. So trash or accumulations of trash can kind of vary more. So you can see like construction debris on the right picture, cardboard floor tiles versus actual trash bags versus small items littered across a property. Back to Ryan.
So now we're on to improper domestic storage. Now this is under 31-15, so that is under the zoning ordinance section. Here, so we have our enabling authority is generally different than from the prior ones because this is a zoning ordinance. This falls under 15.2-2280, which is that any locality made by ordinance classify the territory under its jurisdiction into districts, and each district it may regulate, restrict, permit, or prohibit, and determine the following. Now, how do the areas, courts, yards, and other open spaces to be left unoccupied by uses and structures. And then now, back to Diane.
All right, so residents and owners will find two sections cited on the notice of violation, and that's 31.6 and 31.15C1. So 31.6 provides the definition of what domestic storage is, which is storage pertaining to household items. And section 31.15C is what actually makes it unlawful. So it describes that household items must be put into either a main building or an accessory building. So if it's outside of that, then it would fall under an unpermitted use. Very similar formatting. On the left, a door hanger, and then on the right, an NOV. So in terms of what this will look like, it can be a couch, a door. It can also be smaller items, so like fish tanks, what would look like indoor baskets, so like typically like worker baskets. So it can be smaller items or larger household items. And this process is the same as for improper domestic storage where accumulations of trash and garbage, where a violation is noticed, followed by a door hanger, followed by an official NOV, and then 30 days later, a summons with the possible outcomes of misdemeanors, misdemeanor charges, or fines. Back to Ryan.
So our final section is Chapter 13, generally our solid waste ordinance that was recently passed, that we did a major overhaul. Now, there's a lot of sections to cover, but for brevity and for being concise and looking at the high priority issues, I just wanted to highlight 3 of the general authorities from the Virginia Code that gave us the authority to pass those ordinances, which is current law right now in Chapter 13. So we have generally the Virginia Waste Management Act. We have waste and recycling, which is under Title 15.2, which is generally what gives localities such as cities the authority, just like 15.2-901 that I talked about, the authority to pass ordinances, and then specifically 15.2-901. One of the sections specifically, 13-23, discusses the container requirements about the receptacles. That was a high priority amidst all of Chapter 13 that I wanted to cover, and we thought that this was important collectively. So this is coming, again, directly from Manassas Park, the city charter 2.1J. Same thing again, being recognized as a nuisance and then being charged back to the resident who is causing such. And then back to 15.2-901 again. Just the highlight of clutter, as you can see here with a definition of mechanical equipment, household furniture, containers, and similar items detrimental to the well-being of a community when left in public view for an extended period of time or allowed to accumulate. This clutter, potentially, it's in the exact same section. That is a possibility to actually use this clutter from the Virginia Code to actually potentially amend Chapter 13 or parts of it, and that is of note. And the general authority we have here is, what is different is we have a civil penalty structure. And that is something, this is all taken from 15.2-901. If you actually look at the section, there's sections of A, B, and C. This is still within the same section. And this basically just lays out, if there is an offense under this, what that civil penalty structure is, and Diane's going to go more into that. But then just briefly before handing it off, the general mechanism that we currently have to enforce a good deal of Chapter 13 is 13-23 of our city code. And now Diane's going to discuss more about it.
Yeah, so 3123 is, well, I guess on the notice of violation for solid waste.
Correct, so it's 13-23. We keep flipping, right? It's 13-23? You said 31-23.
3123.
Is it
sorry.
31?
So,
It should be 13-23 because that's within the solid waste
Okay.
Chapter 13
Okay.
ordinance.
okay.
Yeah, 13. We kept, unfortunately, we flipped it on the one that was posted on the website. Our city attorney cleaned that up, or clarify that tonight. It's actually 13, not 31. So we'll get the updated one posted.
31 on the website.
Yeah, no, so we caught that, or Dean caught it. He let us know, so we're gonna, it was just a typo. We flipped it.
All right, so on the notice of violation for solid waste, there are two sections. The first that's up there is about the fee schedule, in which case it allows us to issue the first $50 or the $50 fee for the first violation. And then 3115C is what actually describes what the resident is in violation of, which in this case is failing to place all household waste in a plastic or compostable trash bag and in a refuse container. So the timeline for solid waste is shorter than the previous violations. So after a violation is noted by code enforcement, then an NOV is printed on the spot. They'll then post it on the front door. Instead, we don't mail it out to an owner, we post it for the resident. And then code enforcement will then follow up 24 hours later from when that notice of violation is printed. If the property remains non-compliant, then we will then print out a citation again on the spot for $50 and post that on the door, in addition to submitting a request to Public Works for them to go and collect the trash. So because we print these out on the spot, the format's kind of different, but the content's the same. On the left, we have the notice of violation, which includes the two ordinances that they would be the ordinance that they would be in violation of, and the fee schedule. Then there is also the means to correct, which just says that they have to place all the loose trash in a bag and in a container. On the right side, we have a citation, and again, that has both ordinances and what the offense is, along with the fee amount and when that is due, which is 90 days from when it was given. So here's some examples of what a solid waste violation might look like. It can be piles of cardboard boxes or trash bags, any like loose waste that's outside of a bin that belongs to that owner. So there's two costs associated with solid waste. The first being the $50 citation, and the second being the costs incurred by the city for having to collect the trash. So the owner has 90 days to pay the $50 citation, and if they fail to do so, then the fine will be sent to collections. In terms of the costs incurred by the city, they will also be billed for that. And similar with grass and weeds, if they fail to pay it during the tax billing period, then a lien may be placed on their property by the city treasurer. So some general questions that code enforcement tends to get is, how can I as a resident report a violation? On the Manassas Park City website, under code enforcement, there is a portal to SmartGov where residents can submit questions and can also choose to do so anonymously. And in terms of how a resident or owner can ask questions about a violation that they may have been issued, this includes if they believe that it was the wrong property, which sometimes happens, they could go ahead and reach out to the code enforcement officer, whose contact information is on that NOV, including their phone number and their email. Right now, we're getting a lot of questions about the solid waste ordinance. code enforcement is dedicating a lot of time on Wednesdays, trash day, and Thursdays for follow-ups. So that's where a lot of our questions are coming from. One of the most common ones being if a resident is having, or if a resident's trash bins fail to hold all the trash that they're supplying, I guess, what can they do? Where can they throw it? So there's two options. If it's bulk waste, if it's bulk waste, yard waste, or just additional trash bags, they can always take it to the Dominion transfer station. If they're week after week seeing that they're consistently producing more trash than can fit in the 2 containers that are provided, they can also elect to purchase a 3rd or 4th container from Patriot or from a third party, as each household has a maximum of 4 carts that they are allowed to have. Another question is what to do with larger cardboard boxes. Please break them down and then place them into the recycling container. And yard waste is allowed to be placed outside of bins, but not in plastic trash bags, as we can't really tell the difference between what is trash and what is yard waste. So we ask that yard waste be in paper, biodegradable yard waste bags, and if it is in those conditions, then it will be picked up by Patriot on Wednesdays during trash collection. That is all. Any
That
other
was
questions?
wonderful. Thank you very much. A lot of detail there. Let's go to Councilmember Javed, so we don't forget about you. Do you have any comments or questions?
No comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Comments or questions?
Just a question for Diana. What can we do to help you make your job a little bit easier?
Thank you, Councilwoman Laura. Great question. So I've noticed that some areas, some neighborhoods that have gotten a lot better over the past couple of weeks have been due to community involvement and people spreading the word. So I actually, on Sunday, I went over to the rec center and I gave out flyers and I spoke to some residents. And I think that's the best that can happen, is getting the word out. I've spoken to some residents after giving them a notice of violation who have mentioned that they would post it on Neighbors or Ring, apps that include the whole neighborhood. That way people become more aware of that this is an actual ordinance. Because some people who are in violation of it, they call me or Denora, and they're just not aware that this is a thing. So right now our goal is to educate and just get the word out more.
Thank you.
We would love to pass this around on our personal networks. Do you have a condensed version of this that we might be able to share on Facebook, send out on our personal email lists, et cetera?
That actually that's what we're going to do next, the Community Maintenance Working Group.
Super.
That's kind of the plan, that they do the in-depth research and then we somehow distill it down to something bite-sized
Okay.
so that we can distribute. We could also put up, display somewhere in the city on our many different boards. So that's the next step.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions? No? No? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just want to add
Yeah.
to thank them and the entire code enforcement team as well, because we really kind of have ramped up over the last year, and adding Diane and Diane and Nora have been doing evening and weekend enforcement as well, and just trying to do the best we can. But to Diane's point, education seems to be key. To her point, the evidence of kind of improvement in behavior when communities have kind of shared the message with each other. So that's where we really need your help in kind of getting the word out to our residents. So we're doing all we can. To Diane's point, they've been stepping up, going weekends, trying to get the word out, just like we did back when we were doing the vaccination efforts as well. So it's a kind of similar communication strategy. But really, what we found with the vaccination programs and other programs that we had, like the voucher program, word of mouth is the best form of marketing. So that's a community-oriented solution. So please help us with that.
Yeah, everyone's efforts have made a difference. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. This was your maiden voyage, so to speak? Okay. Moving on to 8A, utility billing software.
Right. I believe we already did the comms check. Yes. All right. So that should be good to go.
Madam Mayor, just, Madam Jeanette, you guys skipped agenda item 7.
Oh, I'm sorry. There is no consent agenda.
And Laszlo, the screen share is still up there. You guys have the last time. Of course I have. It's on first. So I'll get a text right now. Yeah, everything's sharing. Just lost it. Okay, there it is. That's the same song. And while we're waiting here, I believe John Ray, just want to do a quick comp check, make sure you're still tuned in.
I am, yes.
Okay. And Jeff as well, who's providing the demonstration.
I am. Hello.
We'll probably ask you to make sure I came in a little bit softer, maybe speak a little bit louder, maybe closer towards your if you're on a laptop or something, just while you're briefing to make sure we can hear you loud and clear here in the governing body chambers. All right.
It's all right. Maybe you should offer the laptop like candy when you come up, like a bag of Skittles.
I'll just shoot from the head. Yep. Because these are just information from the slides if you want something to look at, but you do have the informational text in front of you. So, all right. So good evening, Mayor, members of the governing body. My name's Christopher Himes. I'm the Assistant City Manager, and I'm, of course, following up on the presentation last week in terms of our process in evaluating and finally selecting the recommended vendor for tonight's brief, which is for the ultimate approval as proposed for Edmunds GovTech for our utility billing software solution. So to kind of just reframe this, and I believe we had some commentary last week, so I just wanted to kind of make sure that we kind of understood the approach that we're taking based off of all of it. It's kind of been chopped up along the way, so it can be kind of a convoluted path to follow, so hopefully this simplifies things. Essentially is when we went back in May to score initially what we hoped to have been kind of a full comprehensive response to our RFP that we issued, I believe it was in March of the beginning of the year. We got basically one vendor to address all of the actual modules that proposed in there, even though we had explicitly told them that, we're seeking individual solutions across the board. That was what ended up happening. And so, of course, we went with let's individualize the approach, find better point solutions for certain specific software needs for the city. And that's what we've been doing over the course, pretty much the entire course of the summer and the fall. And also tiers in terms of complexity as well. So obviously the HR financial solution, massive system overhaul. It's going to be roughly a 20-month project implementation. It's the biggest scope project that we have here. We've already brought forward tax in terms of our selection of the Avenity system that we brought forward last month, actually a month and a half ago, and then tonight's for utility billing. So I can't stress enough the orders of magnitude of really, really complex to very, very simple, the differences between the selection of software here. So tonight, just want to frame that the utility billing aspect, if we're talking about a comprehensive ERP, utility billing represents a very, I would say, small percentage portion of the overall lift in terms of what the software is doing for the city. So just to kind of reframe it another way is we selected the tax system, kind of had an upfront implementation year one cost of $167,000 with a follow-on of $87,000. There's reasons for that degree of scale to that system. Number one, it's a smaller vendor. You know, they only really provide local Virginia tax processing. Two, they actually do something that's across, I would say, orders of magnitude more individual types of tax accounts. So they have a lot of different functional core areas that they service. And then three, it's a lot more complex in terms of its integrations. It has to integrate with a lot of different kind of, I would say, Virginia entities, other different types of software that we have in the city. It just requires more integration with other platforms. So in terms of scale of a project, you know, that one should be a higher degree in terms of cost and actual project scope than the utility billing. So that kind of gives you an idea of like where we should be looking at in terms of a utility billing solution. And that kind of gave us the IT project committee, which not just is the IT group, it's our kind of treasurer, finance team members, and our city engineer of what exactly is the assignment that we're trying to do here. And that was, we're processing 5,000 utility counts, kind of scaled around there. You know, we're never really going to grow up as a city to really produce orders of magnitude more than that. You know, we're not going to add another zero to that number. And then the other one is just, where does the utility billing system ultimately going to sit? Well, it's going to sit on the front end with all of the upfront large water meter reading system overhaul, and that's going to have a proprietary software system called Eclair that's doing all of the meter reading. See, it happened again. I didn't even do anything this time. I'm not even touching it. But essentially, they're going to interface with that software platform. And then on the back end, it's basically just with the one core component of our ERP, which is our accounts receivable, and obviously our payment portal as well. So in terms of complexity, you can see it's a lot smaller of a project. And I want to keep on harping on that, smaller. And then the ultimate thing is we're trying to find something that's easy to implement, easy to use, plug and chug. I think I provide plug and play in the actual brief. I'm not looking for something that's going to be overly engineered. You know, I'm not looking for something. Basically, if you think of it like are we shopping for the car or are we shopping for the timing belt? In this case, we're kind of shopping for a timing belt. And then ultimately, the vendor in and of itself, are they reliable? They have a long track record. I want to know what their validity is as a software company. And then scale. A lot of people will say, oh, we have these clients that have hundreds of thousands of utility accounts. That's great, but can you scale down to 5 and deliver on that too? Because some people will have these grand pie in the sky type things, and it's like, you're selling me way more than I actually need. So the original RFP issue, it's in your deck there as well. Some of the reasons we even doing this in the first place, because obviously kind of the narrative now is Keystone bad, but why? So the big part is for utility billing specific. It's kind of simple up front. They never offered a utility billing solution. We just kind of built it on the fly. So when we went and selected the system, they couldn't necessarily show or demonstrate any actual interface that addressed utility billing. It just kind of, there was the promise of, yeah, think that's what you're doing, and we'll just build it out over time. And trust me, they definitely tried to build it out over time. We've been kind of going through it ever since. You're good. I'll just go off my phone here. The other component of the issues is just what does the system right now really do for us? Well, it interrupts what could be a much more streamlined process. And what I mean by that is on the issue side, it roughly represents, I think, about 16% of all the total issues that we've seen to date. That's not as high as the tax and tax billing part of the system, but it's still a significant number. So in terms of just issues per I would say every other day or every other day, it's still something that you have to come in and deal with. And that's, kind of goes into, in this case, staff morale. Is it working? Is it, kind of rely on the fact that it's going to work today? If you're running the bills and I have to have 14 hours of uninterrupted runtime just to do it, and all of a sudden you're at hour 13 and 30 minutes, and all of a sudden something happens and you got to do it all over again, just things like that. So it's inconsistent and unreliable. The other part is it might only process 5,000 accounts and generate 70,000 accounts, but the data reliability that comes from that needs to be, I would say, completely locked down. It needs to be repeatable, that for all of those transactions it's creating, it's flowing into our financial system via some sort of payment process, and that information's coming in that we can actually do those daily reconciliations. So our finance team has good, clean data to be able to sort through it and push it into where it needs to go in terms of when we're actually booking it into our accounting system. And so I kind of have the one highlight here, but you can just see that regardless of who we talk to, not necessarily specifically with Edmonds, but regardless of who we talk to, the efficiency is just going to be realized immediately with whoever we go with. Because right now, it's a almost week and a half business days wise process just to run the bills, and then to calculate them, it's pretty much almost 2 full bit, like it just needs time to just calculate and run. So we actually do it off hours, and we run it kind of through the night, and it's kind of, you hope it's ready in the morning, good to go. Third time's the charm there, so I'm just going to keep going. The one thing that would interrupt this is the actual demonstration process too, so we'll keep that on standby, but nevertheless. So just kind of leading you further in terms of what we've done as a staff. Obviously, we've gone through the whole RFP development process. So what did that entail? Well, basically, is we had Barry Dunn, go along with us to kind of fully document all the processes that we do, specifically in this case for utility billing. And so it's just, how does your city perform utility billing processing? And that's from all the way to the public works team hopping in the truck and running around the city to get the AMR system reads, all the way through to us booking the actual accounting entries into Keystone. So with that, we came up with core requirements, and so we asked the vendors to be able to say that they can or cannot perform over almost 600 individual technical requirements, and the response rates of yes or no, and that kind of creates like do they fall kind of above board or below board, and that resulted in the scoring in the technical proposal portion of it, that phase 1 element. And if they were too low, or we wanted to just look at a top 3, that kind of separated the first vendor kind of out of the equation. And then we further went into the testing through demonstrations, references, and stuff like that. Ultimately, we talked to not just the people who have Edmonds, but we talked to everyone, because you can talk to certain clients who have a certain product, but then you also get a rounded out narrative when you talk to certain clients who have another product and they don't necessarily like it. And so other ones actually took the Edmonds product from being a client from one of the other vendors that bid on our bid. So it's like, not only did they have the current system that we're proposing today, but they did so moving away from one of the other systems that we're not proposing. So that kind of provides a little bit of validity in the choice. And we're talking to them about everything, what they do, how they run things, what they spent on the system to get it up and running, and kind of their core findings in terms of customer satisfaction, support, you name it, across the board. So the one thing that kind of came away from that is the just the comfort that you're getting a tested and valid solution overall. And obviously, we believe as an outcome from this entire process of everyone that's been involved was we just found the best scalable platform that ultimately met the most cost-effective solution for the city. And if you can align both of those, that's great. That's the whole goal in the first place. So if you can do that, that's kind of the name of the game. So the final thing was just the scoring breakdown in terms of the percentage scale, all of the points. So I know that there was some issues about the pricing, and that is an issue. I believe if you're going one vendor too low, it's a comparison to all of the proposals. But also at the end of the day, that scoring in and of itself is only 20% of the total score. So if it's 40 points out of 200, that impact is somewhat less, and they're still going to need to perform pretty well to score the highest on a scale of 200 total points. So that was something that they still met above board and above all the other ones in terms of demonstrations and references and costs. And I think those are pretty critical criteria. And there wasn't a significant gap between their proposal and some of the other proposals. And then the reason for some of those gaps were some kind of very easily mitigatable general or technical type things. They weren't in the actual billing processing or the actual accounts receivable processing, which I believe are some of the more I would say critical requirements that they had to meet. And so overall, their level of fit was a little bit above 90%. I just kind of rounded it. And it would have been higher, granted those general and technical requirements. So if you kind of not waive them, but kind of move those to the side, it was roughly about a 94% level of fit. So we're talking about a system that really meets our needs. If you can achieve anything above, I would say with all these variables above like an 85, that is kind of what the name of the game is. Some other things is they have a strong Virginia presence. If that matters to some people, I believe it should, because number one, we can always go to our neighbors and just say, hey, how are you doing with this? And they can provide us that input and that feedback. So that one was critical. Even though utility billing isn't something unique to Virginia, it's always nice to know that you have people who you can network and talk to about it. They have a strong track record in terms of their history and growth over time. So this isn't a brand new company. They've been around for a very long time. So we're evaluating all these factors, not just do they or do they not do this one technical function. We're holistically looking at the company and companies as a whole to deliver the best recommendation. As I said, the risk areas were kind of considered to be negligible. Another one was just the most intuitive and ease of use for staff. It has to be realized that we're jumping from a Keystone interface, which is somewhat simplistic, and we don't want to go from that to, it's like jumping in from your generic old, 1960s, 70s style, beat up car to like, a Formula One racing car. It's like, you don't want to make that leap. You want to leap into just a very sound kind of technically sound vehicle. So it's just, you don't want to jump too far. That's like an organizational change management function. You don't want to overwhelm people, I guess is the best way to put that. And then, the whole part about the validity and the weight, I can't stress this enough. It's not just city staff, it's actual multiple sit-down sessions with the vendor, with our associated consultant, Barry Dunn, kind of providing these grilling questions. And these weren't softballs. We made sure that people were holding the process accountable with real valid feedback as well. So once again, we are a small client. Like I said, I can't emphasize the word small just enough in terms of all the scope and scale of products. And it still meets a lot of the city's needs. So it's not like we're buying the most cheapest kind of basic solution. It still does a lot of the, I would consider to be from the software side, modernization needs for the city. So it still allows for centralized management, for an account management for our end users. So I think Giovanna, as our utility building specialist, was the most desire to move in this direction because she really liked the system. So another thing is make your customers happy. You're trying to make sure that the person who's going to be using it the most likes the system the most. So that factors into it as well. It's very easy to learn and install. Minimizes clicks, so workflow efficiency, that's obviously going to be there as well, especially when you have basically 1 to 1.5 staff members working in this area on a day in and day out basis. It's still a hosted cloud-based solution, so it still has that bit of system resiliency. So it's not kind of what we currently have, which is Keystone is hosted on our own individual city networks, and that represents some issues when it comes to just total system resiliency, and it's a license-based installed product versus a cloud product. I look at the company in terms of their customer support. Even though they have the least amount of issues we've seen across the board for anybody that talked about their system, they still dedicate a significant portion of their company to customer support. And so for a small company to have used upwards of over 30% towards just customer support, people who are going to be answering the call and the case issue entries, having that reliability and that safety net is always something that I value as well. Because certain, people just go, grow just for the sake of growing, and then they try to keep up with demand after the fact. And, that doesn't work necessarily for the city of Manassas Park. Tested processes, basically, is it simple and repeatable? And once again, like I said, this
Came back up.
Oh, there you go. I'm just going to step away from this thing altogether. Strong internal control. So is the system like locked down? Does it reduce possible data entry errors. Like if you put something in, it says that's not a thing, or are you sure you want to do that? Those simple type of things lead to us being able to have more reliable data as it's coming out of the system. And then it still provides some elevated web portal functionalities, even though we might not necessarily fully tap into the full scope and scale of the customer portal solution because we have other things it's going to integrate with. It's still there ultimately if you want to utilize it. And then it's just got successful implementations, not just for, because they are an ERP system provider, so they provide everything. They have those clients in Virginia that use utility billing, but they also have just standalone utility billing clients as well, so they can cater and meet the needs of both. They're not just trying to upsell you on the entire thing. They have kind of both sets of clients, which to me is also important. And then last but not least is just the cost rundown. I want to just kind of focus on the Edmonds piece. I believe in the Edmonds side of the discussion, they'll talk more about some of the reasonings behind their project implementation and breakdowns of their costs, but this is just what the actual proposal yielded in terms of cost areas, and then obviously what the total financial impact is to the city in terms of the multi-year view, which this is no different information than we briefed last week. It's just a different way of looking at it. And that's basically it. The whole purpose of tonight was to have Edmonds kind of speak for themselves. So we have two representatives on the call, John and Jeff. John will be talking more about the actual company level information. And then Jeff will be providing, I told him that we wanted to focus on maybe some quick customer management type stuff and then maybe some portal type stuff. Even though the portal functionality is not necessarily something we're truly dedicated to right now, it's still there, so I think it's important to look at. And then just open it for questions. But without further ado, and John, I think I'm advancing the slides for you.
Excellent, I appreciate that. So, yes, my name is John Ray. I'm the Regional Sales Director for Edmonds GovTech. Along with the state of Virginia, I handle all the states north of Virginia. I've been selling this particular software set as well as our entire software platform since 2002. And I'm very proud of the length of service in the market. We take every individual engagement in any state very seriously. Jeff and I have been doing these presentations together for almost the same amount of time. I don't know which one of us has the most tenure here at Edmonds GovTech, but we've both been in the business for a very long time. And so I just got back into Virginia maybe 6 or 7 months ago, but I'm proud to say that in the early days of our entry into the state, I did put on our first handful of new customers down there as we started to expand down south. Geographically, we're located up here in South Jersey, just by Atlantic City, so we're not all that far. And we have a strong spider web of client installations as far west as West Virginia, the Canadian border, all the way down south into the Florida Keys, etc. So as the crow flies, we're in all directions, north, south, east, and west. Next slide, please. We really do hang our hat on our years of service. We are a privately held firm. The owner's sons are still engaged with management positions here at Edmonds GovTech. The owner's father established the business doing a large-scale data processing work for the federal government in 1972. And we just maintained our connection to working exclusively for local governments. We're over 2,000 customers in 28 states. Unlike some of our competitors, we never felt the need to fit ourselves into a particular size or demographic of prospects. So you'll see a note in this slide that we have populations of 1,000 to over 1 million. Types of local governments that includes, or as you'll see right below there, counties and cities, authorities of all different sizes and shapes, doing all kinds of different individual combined software processing. Next slide, please. We do have a fully integrated software offering. The total number of modules is somewhere around 31 individual modules. This slide here just represents the general groupings of those. In the top right, you'll see utility billing. Among the tax and the finance and the revenues and all of those, utility billing is our second largest standalone segment. And that's why when we look at the opportunity, when an RFP comes across our desk, we really do grab those. We put them on top of the pile because utility billing, water, sewer billing is a very common standalone installation. The number of components involved in one of these projects is very, very predictable. And we've been working with those types of projects as long as we've been in business. So we really do gravitate to that. If we're fortunate enough to entice a prospect to look at the other systems, then we're proud to have those available. But there really is no segmentation of where we lean all of our marketing to. We're happy to sell 1 or 31 different modules. So you'll see that some of the more developmental stuff, citizen engagement and community development, if at some point in time the city decides to look at some other options, look at what our services and what our software can provide, you never know. We might have another area we could go if the fit matches. Next slide, please. This is a representation of our VA clients. You'll see that there's 32. And we've been putting these clients on pretty steadily. I would say that we bring a new Virginia, 2 or 3 new Virginia clients online, about 2 to 3 a year. I have to say that this year in particular, for some reason, is shaping up to be a very busy year for us in Virginia. There's a lot of counties and local governments in the market in Virginia. So along with your opportunity, we have probably at least 6 or 7 others that we're nurturing at this point. At the bottom of the slide, you'll see that reference to the 639 MCSJ utility billing modules. That represents the entire market share for just the utility modules that's being considered by the city today. Next slide, please. These are the 4 modules that we've presented deep inside the very comprehensive RFP spec. When we read through everything and we matched it up to the 4 areas that we thought were in need there or would satisfy the requirements, the utility billing to handle the water, sewer, and trash billing, an AR business licensing module to handle anything outside of that. Work orders almost always comes in with a utility billing system, and they're everything from assigning a meter replacement to any other project associated with any other parcel in the city. And it is worth noting at this point, that work order module, if it fits other departmental needs, can be used by other departments. We'd like to leverage our individual modules and repurpose them in handshake relationships with other systems. On one of those earlier slides, you saw a resident, a municipal management and a resident area. We're actually selling our work order module by itself to all kinds of different sized local governments to handle anything from constituent tracking, follow-up activities. Road departments are using it. So, if the city likes how it performs for the utility department, they may want to use it somewhere else in its operation. And, that's fine. That would be very common. And then the web payment portal portion of our offering. Pretty self-explanatory. We built our own, works wonderfully. It's exclusively used by almost all of our utility billing customers. Next slide, please. This slide just sort of represents, and Chris talked about it, and gosh, he did such a great job in breaking out all the different parts for the review process, the different phases in consideration. But really, we measure ourselves on 3 main things. We want you to be excited about the software. We certainly want you to be excited about the people using it and check with the references. And you've already done all that. And then we talk about how well we do implement it. And we do our implementations in phases. And each phase is, the steps involved. You can see them listed here very subtly, but this kind of just gives you a representation of the overall engagement to get you from the discovery phase. That's the shopping phase. It sits in front of everything else. And that's part of your RFP process, the review process, the demonstration process, all the way through the day that you go live that you sent your file over to BMS to be printed, and you start receiving payments in the system. We're an agile company. Chris mentioned that we have about 155 employees, but the vast majority of our team are dedicated to customer implementation. And I'm sure there may be some questions about this later, but we'll get beyond these slides and we can circle back on that. So next slide, please. Sorry about that. That's our new slide deck with the car moving across the bottom. I didn't know that animation was even in there. So the pieces here, this is an excerpt of the implementation schedule as it's broken down by the individual steps. And you can see this kind of substantiates the phase part of it all. Everything has its own ebb and flow. The number of people involved with a particular project, are there 10 end users? Is there one end user? Are there IT support services? Is there a third-party IT company? We take all those pieces into consideration. The first step in the beginning of the implementation is that first initial call with the project manager that starts setting the stage for the worksheet, the actual piece of software we use to manage all the moving parts. And this is very detailed. You can see it. Every single point of it. Quality assurance of the final data conversion, the training, segmentation, the elongated time periods that we build into it. You have to allow for several days to get all the people that need to be trained, or maybe just the one or two that need to be trained on all the bits and pieces before you go live. So this is just representative, but this is the same type of process we use for any new customer that we're bringing on board with any one of our modules. Next slide, please. Chris helped to cultivate this, and it's a nice overlay. It's a summation of some of the pricing that he iterated on there. And then when we go to break it out, as I said, we don't necessarily assign a dollar amount to each one of those phases. We just aggregate it as a fixed cost, but we made an effort to distribute that here in case someone had some interest in that. And especially the way you see the segmentation with the Gantt chart above the actual hours. Everything ebbs and flows into its own path. At the end of the day, and you've already done the work, Chris and his team, when they check the references, Habit de Grace, Pulaski. In fact, you mentioned, I saw a note in there about an enterprise in Easton, Maryland, that we have some involvement with going on. The proof's in the pudding. Once we write the quote, once we put all the pieces in there, once it's been vetted by both sides, it's mainly all not to exceed, and we're not in the business of sending out change orders or charging for added stuff. We're in the business delivering what's been quoted. And so we try to put as much scope of work within the proposal that details what we're going to deliver. And we've discussed that with Chris and the staff prior to this meeting tonight. Next slide, please. Chris kind of mentioned this early on, but yeah, the largest portion of our company is dedicated to customer support and product development. All of our staff are hired, they're trained, they work in the trenches, they work their way up from a support role, if they're in that, to an implementation consultant, to a project manager. The data control specialists all come from different industries, but they're all highly trained technicians with regard to extracting data from legacy systems, using sophisticated mapping software to insert them into the fields that we're going to be using, and then slicing all the transactional information. That's our largest department, but it's a very surgical process, and it doesn't necessarily take as much time as most people think because we have all these mechanized areas in it where once the data is in process, it just moves right on through quality assurance, and we just leverage it, load it into the system, and that becomes your new fresh data to move forward with. Next slide, please. I always like to sort of summarize, why do a lot of folks come with Edmunds? Invariably, experience is one of the most important factors, and stability. We are privately held. We have a board of directors. We're a growing company. There's a trend in the industry these days. If you're not being bought, you're in the buying business. We have bought some smaller regional companies, mainly to reinforce our customer support side of things. We like to bring people into our fold that know our business. So we're going to continue with that path. We're going to remain independent, and we're going to grow in two ways. We're going to grow through acquisitions, and we're going to grow through earning business. Our added customer base every year is very, very consistent, and we're trying to keep up with demand. There's quite a bit of demand out there, so it's a good business to be in. There aren't as many vendors in the space as there used to be, and some of the competitive landscape can be quite broad, depending on how big of a project or how small of a project. We're just shooting right down the middle and just picking up and moving forward with the projects that are mutually aligned. The software is very easy to use. We constantly hear that about our new customers and from our legacy customers. We keep it easy to use for a reason. There's a broad base of users with different skill sets, and gosh, there's enough to do throughout the day that having a very complicated system, just nothing good comes from complications. So we kind of keep it as simple to use as possible, yet constantly filling it with feature-rich pieces. All of the development to our software system comes from our user community. The middle check mark there, we definitely are in the relationship building business. Anyone that's in this business knows the time it takes to get one of these systems up and running, you certainly don't want to be out in the market again. We have a little bit of experience, and we've been monitoring your legacy situation. Chris and the team have been very forthright about telling us the frustrations they've had with the current utility billing system. I can say that that particular system isn't one that we come across in the competitive landscape very often. So maybe they just weren't in the right spot. We're not entirely sure, but of the two other vendors that we were compared to, the one company, we compete with them on a daily basis, and not always are they scaled to come into a market with only 5,000 accounts. So you never know who you're going to go against in a competitive bidding situation. And so we're really, really pleased to be at this point with the city in its consideration. You can't quite see that, but there's a hyperlink to our website. It's edmondsgovtech.com. If anybody wants to jump over there, there's tons of information. There's a tab for the leadership of the company. All of our dedicated project leads and department heads, their pictures are in there, their bios are in there. You can read a lot about us on the website. Next slide, please. If you're an industry leader, you're keeping customers. We've always been proud of our 99% retention rate, but these days the Net Promoter Score is becoming a more common, a more modern measurement of your success, and that correlates more towards who and how many of your recent customers are recommending you to other people. And these two really do substantiate our position in the market, and we're really proud of that. So they kind of speak for themselves. So that's that. Next slide, please. We can answer some questions now, or we can get into the software side of things. We're here at your disposal. I know there's quite a few people on the call that may have different things they want to ask about, so we'll leave it up to Chris to decide. Do we want to jump into this overview demonstration at this point, or would like to field some questions at this point?
Yeah, I think we'd be better served with Jeff, and we're setting up the screen share right now, so
Okay.
pull you up here.
Great. Well, while we're doing it, Mr. Seitz is going to run you through, as Chris mentioned, a really pertinent part of the system is the customer management. That's all of the information we have about your utility billing customers. It's quite a bit of it there. You'll see it, and then we'll pivot over to just some of the experiences they could have virtually in the payment process.
All right, Jeff, you should have the juice now if you want to share your screen.
All right. Good evening. Let me get this shared up. This is Jeff. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for your time. And you can certainly ask questions. There's with the software like this, there's a lot of features, so I'll try to do my best for just a few minutes to think what's most important. But definitely, if you have questions, like John mentioned, I've been here for a good length of time, so I can answer any questions regarding the experience, what the users might experience in the system, and so forth. So what we're proposing here to the city and what we've been successfully installing over the course of the past few decades in the utility space is an integrated system. So whether that means there's multiple modules like utility and finance, or utility and work orders, or even just within utility as it relates to things like online payments, or even the experience of your technicians out in the field doing things like reading meters, and the folks back in the office doing things like talking to customers. Everybody's in one system, even though there's different experiences. Meaning that if you assign me to go do a final reading out at an account, I'll be able to use my mobile device and access the Edmunds app to access that work order. Whereas if I'm a customer service rep sitting in the office, I'd have the desktop tool, which I happen to have launched up here. So this screen here is just an example of what somebody's desktop could look like when they sign in the morning. This is a pretty standard customer service desktop that we utilize in training because it has the most important features to most customer services. One of the nice things about our system is each person can configure it. So maybe I do mostly payments. Maybe somebody else does mostly talking to customers on the phone and quoting balances. And somebody else is more involved interfacing with the techs out in the field. So this utility screen is the only place anybody will ever need to go to get information on an account. So if somebody calls City Hall and asks a question about their utility account, this is the spot for that answer. So when I used to train this software, it was nice to be able to empower the users with that information, that at least they know they're on the right screen. So information like when was the last bill, when is it due, how much does the account owe, when do they make payments, have they paid late, who was at this property before them, are there work orders on the account, even if there's photos on the work orders that the folks out in the field have just snapped with their mobile device. All that information is here on one screen. So very easy to communicate with customers and get them the information they need. And then internally in the office, if I want to know who's out there doing what, who's already gotten the final reads I've asked them to get, basically of all the work orders I've assigned to be done, have they been done? And we interface right here with the work order calendar. I can see who's been assigned. They're over here on Nylon Boulevard. I can see what they're doing. Have they done it? Maybe send them a message from here, and they'd be accessing that on their mobile device. So this is our desktop system. This is what most folks in the office would be using. But like we mentioned, there's also online tools like payment portals. If I were a customer and I wanted to go on and inquire about my bill, we do have optional payment portals to consider where customers can go online, view their balances, even reprint a bill if they so choose, pay a bill if they owe a balance, all from this screen. And this interfaces back to the office. So if I go online and pay and then call your office and ask, hey, did my payment come through? You'd be able to pull my account up on that one main screen that we were, and you'd be able to see my payment as pending. So that's one of the ways I'm talking about an integrated solution, even between the online payments, the work order app out in the field, and the customer service folks back in City Hall. So I'll leave it at that, but I'm happy to take questions or comments or anything system related or experience related.
Thank you very much. Let's start with Councilmember Javed. Do you have any comments or questions for the gentleman?
Yes, thank you. I say when a customer calls in to inquire about their bill, can they make a payment over the phone at the same time?
That really up to you. There's no software limitation as far as if you'd want to allow that.
Yeah, that is a treasurer policy. So what we're moving to, because we don't necessarily like the risk that's associated with collecting people's card count number information from a teller perspective. But what we're implementing with our current payment portal, and obviously this is kind of like I said, it's going to be all kind of like an amalgamation put into that portal at once, is going to be an IVR, which is like a over the phone voice kind of pad type implemented process that does kind of full payment across the board, and you just call in, enter in your touch tone, phone information for your card information, and process the payment that way.
Do you have a follow-up, Councilmember?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the other question was, you mentioned you take payments through through the portal. I don't know, I forget if we mentioned this in the past, but can we, is it a third party or merchant services, or is it your own processing? Because I'm trying to see what the fees, if that is associated with you guys or with the merchant services end.
The fees are collected by the merchant service provider, which is FIS, and their subsidiary Link2Gov, which handles their municipal payments. So the customer would go online, click make payment. They would then be notified about the fees. They could then select continue, put in their credit card or checking account, and go on from there. Get a receipt emailed to them.
And just to clarify too, that's with what we would probably go with what we currently have, which is anything that integrates out of the billing system would go with the current, as it went live yesterday, billing portal that we have, which is a different back-end merchant provider that we talked about. I can't even remember when we brought that forward, but NIC Virginia providing that actual portal experience, and it complements with, it's a company called Fiserv, which provides us that 2.15% merchant interchange fee with the dollar transaction. So it's going to be integrated with that. So. And that's lower as of today when we went live than what we currently have, which is, I believe, about 3.4%. I believe Laszlo's asked me on January 10th. I'll probably bring it forward, but we'll brief the entire portal experience, and hopefully over the next few weeks, we'll kind of work out some of the soft release issues that happened. And to address an earlier issue that came up, we are fully aware of it. We were aware of it as of like about, 9:30 this morning with my bi-daily health and sanity check with the treasurer when I walk up to her office and we sip coffee and talk about what's going wrong. And that's, we were on top of that one as well. So it's currently in case issue management mode.
Okay. And then, I guess, when we look at talking about the cost, we were comparing the other two vendors side by side, and there was a line item for training cost, and yours was a blank, but I guess you incorporate that into your professional services line item. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's no further questions for me right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Javed. Comments or questions?
I wonder what Patty thinks of it.
I'm sorry.
Do you want to?
Most of it, the training, and I listened, and then when I wasn't there, Chris briefed me very well. And to be honest, we like it. We think it's better for the customers. When it takes Giovanna from, if she takes the water down at 9 in the morning to run the bills, and we're still waiting until tomorrow morning, what that means for us is we can't take your payment. We can't get in there. We didn't, and everybody, Chris can vouch for this, that he talked to other jurisdictions, other places that have it, their response, if you had a problem, was we weren't waiting for Keystone to try to figure out what the problem was. They were there to help you.
Okay,
Excellent.
thank you.
Excellent. Do you have a follow-up?
Nope.
Okay. Comments or questions? Yes, ma'am.
So this is not exactly on the presentation of the system, but regarding the project schedule. I believe I saw end user testing on there. Okay. My question about the end user testing is, are we going to be pulling end users from each of the different departments that have a hand, or they'll be touching the system? I'm not end user training, end user testing, sorry, end user testing.
It's going to be a kind of a hybrid approach. So we're going to have the core project team that's associated with all phases of every single thing that we're doing across the board for all systems for the next 2 years. So that's their dedicated mission for the Manassas Park, is to get tax billing, utility billing, and the HR financial system up and running. They're going to be what I would consider be our super testers. But we're still going to have defined staff to be able to allocate time to sit down and do their own acceptance testing as well. So you can think about it in terms of multiple points of validation. That's kind of it, because we can't necessarily pull Giovanna off of her daily duties to dedicate full time towards testing, because that is a lot of time away from doing just daily operations, and we have like one person. So we kind of have to mix and match a little bit, but that's the goal at least.
That was what I was concerned. I just want to make sure that someone from, Patty, from your office can go in there and they do their best to break the system. Use your worst case scenario. Thank you. And then regarding the training, I know that we're going to have the initial training, but eventually staff does kind of, move on for one reason or another. Have we thought about training the trainer so that we have a super trainer in-house once we do that initial training?
In terms of for the city, yes. So I guess the previous concept was just kind of whoever was associated with it kind of de facto became the Keystone experts, but they weren't necessarily, it was a lot of like word of mouth transfer. In this instance, we're trying to make sure that the core power users are where they should be, which is in our business application specialists and our IT department, who can provide a significant understanding of the system for continuity purposes to brief and train multiple people. Yes, staff training staff and the end user point is the ultimate ideal, but we want to have like a centralized approach to it as well. So it's going to be, once again, like another hybrid type approach, but that's what ultimately kind of governmental best practices are, and that's why you have a business application support in-house type team. And ultimately, Connor, if you're listening, that's your job now. So there you go.
Surprise. All right. And that's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Questions, comments? Okay. Okay. Patty, thank you very much for your comments. Okay. Well, it appears there are no further comments or questions. Let's see. The staff recommended motion is that the governing body authorize the city manager to negotiate and sign an agreement with Edmunds GovTech for utility billing software services at an implementation and year one subscription cost not to exceed $74,000, subject to final review by city attorney.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you very much. This is going to be a real plus for the city. Right, Patty? Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you, Barry Dunn and Edmonds. You can feel free to drop. We'll catch
Yeah.
up soon.
Everybody did a great job. Thank you very much, Chris.
All righty. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Okay, moving on to 8B, yard waste.
Mayor Rischel, Vice Mayor Mensing, members of council, citizen staff, and guests. I'm Calvin Odell, the Director of Public Works and Community Development. Last week, we presented to you an option to include yard waste recycling in our hauling contract, our solid waste hauling contract with Patriot Disposal. When they bid the contract that they're currently under back in the late spring, early summer. They had included a bid for yard waste collection for recycling purposes. Currently, they're treating yard waste as trash, but they had included that bid in their bid package, just over $93,000 annually. And we just wanted to know if there was any further questions, any follow-up questions you had. I know there was a lot of email answers and responses that went back and forth this week, but I just wanted to see if there was anything else we could answer for you tonight.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Javed, do you have any comments or questions for Calvin?
No, I mean, I think I have most of my comments and questions answered last meeting.
Okay, thank you. Comments or questions?
Yeah, I do have a comment and a question. The first question, I guess, is mostly for the city manager. What is the impact if we just wait and just go ahead and include this in our budget discussion for fiscal 24 or 25? Next fiscal? 24.
Yeah, it's just a delay in the timing so that when yard waste collection picks up again in March, for grass, then people are going to have to throw that in either these brown biodegradable bags that don't get recycled, that just get tossed in the trash or in their containers. So if we start it, let's say in July, then the first few months of this season, upcoming yard waste season, we would be trashing it, and then we'd be telling residents now it's being recycled. So please do put it in the either the recycling container or the yard waste container if that's where the direction you guys want to go, or the bags themselves.
Okay. And almost 94,000 comes out of reserves?
It comes out of the solid waste fund.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I couldn't remember. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, do you have comments or questions? Comments or questions?
No, my only comment would be I think it's important to get this recycled, especially prior to this upcoming spring.
And there is sufficient funds in the solid waste to cover this?
Yeah, so the way I have it structured, again, I briefed last week that our fund balance is finally close to balanced with solid waste. It hasn't been in a long time. So I structure the future rate increases to address this so it doesn't become a financial impact.
Okay, okay. Okay, if there's no further questions, we will go to the recommended motion that the governing body...
I got one more.
Oh, yes, go right ahead.
I just remembered, yeah, so it was to the email that was sent out about the contract services, 10 months out of the 12. I guess, what is it, from March to December? So my question is there yard waste still going on in December?
That would be the leaves, right, Gil? Yeah, the leaves. Let's see.
Also, would it be like twigs, like branches from a tree?
Yeah, I imagine if we actually get a little bit of ice tomorrow night, accompanied with some. I think so. Yeah, I believe if we get a little bit of ice, tomorrow night, accompanied with some wind, we'll probably have quite a few little limbs and branches now that the leaves are gone, and everything will stick nicely to the limbs if we do get some ice accumulation, and then just takes a little bit of wind to knock the little twigs and limbs to the ground. So yard waste is kind of a year-round thing, but it's really prolific in the fall and in the early spring when people are doing their cleaning operations.
Okay. And then, I mean, I understand we have the cost to cover the 93,000, but I mean, that cost is going to go to our residents with this price increase either way, correct?
Yes, that's correct. So it would be close to about just under $1 extra per month.
And then if you can remind me, this was the second increase in trash within the last 24 months?
I'd have to pull up the budget, but I remember the first year of COVID, you all deferred any increases and any fees to help out our residents. So I want to say this past year for FY23 was the first increase, so we skipped a year. So there was an increase There have been slight increases from FY19 on as the governing body was briefed in 2017 that as we were working on the audit and our finance director came on board, she informed the governing body that the solid, and Calvin did as well, the solid waste fund, the stormwater fund were all in significant negative balances. So the governing body at that time took action to balance, to move towards balanced funds for both the stormwater and solid waste fund. But this past year, you can see in FY23, I have it in the on the agenda memo itself. We did a 7% increase in FY23. That did not, really cover the full increase of the Patriot contract increase, but we didn't want to do a much larger increase than that this fiscal year. So we kind of we build it over multiple years to not have a single year impact. But again, we have a lower rate currently than our neighbor, and we'll continue to do so over the next few fiscal years, even with these changes.
Follow
Got
up?
it. And then if there is, I guess I'm just thinking off the top of my head, I mean, is there any way that the city would be able to take that increase into their, like just, the city eat that cost instead of the residents?
The general fund, you're saying?
Right, yep.
Yeah, so you guys, if you want to, you can build into the general fund budget a transfer to the solid waste fund to help cover these initiatives. So if you want to keep the solid waste fund healthy without trash solid waste rate increases, it would require a subsidy from the general fund. So if you prefer to, as we have stronger economic growth, so increasing commercial sales tax revenue, meals tax revenue with the future developments, if you want to take some of that money and help keep trash rates lower versus reducing the real estate tax further, that's always an option for the governing body. But you'd set it up that way in the budget to do a transfer from the general fund to the solid waste fund.
But the objective of,
Right.
of an enterprise fund is that it be self-supporting.
Yeah, that's the goal really, is that the enterprise fund should be treated as businesses. So if we, if we completely got out of the business of running these enterprises, a business would have to be whole by itself, and that's how the state would like us to treat these enterprises. Certainly, it's illegal for the enterprises themselves to subsidize the general fund, but you can certainly, if you want to, transfer funding from the general fund to these enterprise funds to control their rates. I don't advise that now. Maybe in the future, if you have incredibly robust economic development where you're to the point where you are getting real estate tax rates really low, and now you want to give residents a break in their rate, that's an option you have. But to the mayor's point, they should be self-sustaining even without those subsidies.
I would hesitate to recommend to subsidize from the general fund, subsidizing an enterprise fund. And giving our residents a break, to me, means lowering taxes. So that's just my personal opinion.
Well, no, there's a trade-off. If we do take money from the general fund and put it in this fund, the other fund, sorry, it's been a long day, the solid waste fund, then something else has to be cut, that we have to give up elsewhere.
Exactly.
So I think the key is that we just inform the residents ad nauseum between now and fiscal '24
Right.
of the increases and the reason why the additional increase. And the key word there is ad nauseum.
Yeah, nothing like resident contact.
Yeah.
It's very important. Are there any, Councilmember Javed, do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, I understand your argument with lowering the taxes, but we lower the taxes, but the assessments go up. They don't see those savings. Something like trash and water, with the reduction, that hits their literally their pocketbook month over month. That makes a big difference in some households. So I would be kind of in favor of giving the resident a break and subsidizing from the general fund. That's. And especially the contract oversight, this is something that came out that we didn't even catch, right? So this is something now that residents need to cover because we didn't I guess, read the contract properly or include this in the contract prior.
Okay. Are you finished, Councilmember Javed?
Yeah, that was just a comment. Yeah, no question to that.
Yeah, okay. Any other last-minute comments or questions? Okay. Well, let's go to the recommended motion that the governing body approve and authorize the city manager to sign the necessary documents to amend the solid waste collection disposal services agreement with Patriot Disposal Incorporated dated June 23rd, 2022, to provide for the separate collection and recycling of yard waste as presented and subject to final review by city attorney.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion
One
carries.
abstention.
Councilmember Javed abstains, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Since this is going to be a lengthy meeting, I'm going to call a 5-minute recess. We can stretch our legs and take a comfort break. Just 5 minutes.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, 8C, overnight commercial parking.
Good evening again. On October 5th, 2021, the governing body approved a zoning text amendment and a parking ordinance that banned commercial vehicle parking on city streets certain periods of the day during weekdays. And since that time, staff has been trying to figure out how to get the signage installed. We released an RFP in the early spring of 2022 to have both the design and the installation completed by the same vendor. Unfortunately, those bids, the bid that did come back for that would have tallied far over $1 million. We had budgeted $250,000 for this project. That bid would have tallied well over $1 million. So we switched gears and put it out for a planning study, and that's a big part of what we're going to talk about tonight, a big part of this presentation, because the planning study is complete, and we have in our possession a GIS map of all of the existing sign locations in the city and proposed sign locations. We have recommendations for what the signage is going to look like. So without any further ado, I'm going to get into the actual planning portion of it, and then we'll talk about some figures. The no commercial sign study process was laid out like this. Number one was to create a base map showing all the streets with the proper land use that are currently city-owned, and to define a sign placement specification that was optimal with no restrictions. And also to create a map showing the optimal placement of those signs on those qualified streets, and then to submit those tasks back to the city for review and further information. And then to identify the sign specifications, what the signs would actually look like, how many blanks we would need per location, what the configuration would be, and then to submit that back to the city for approval. And then finally to conduct some field reviews using video surveillance to record each street segment and capture the existing sign locations and make sure that we understand what is already out there so that we can reuse any existing inventory of posts and bases that might be available to try to minimize costs. And then after all of that is done, compare the map of the sign placement locations with the existing so that we can see where there are those opportunities for co-location or for repurposing. And then update the proposed placement map in a color-coded system so that it's easy for everybody to follow. Then again, submit that back to the city for review. And then finally, just to try to quantify and produce estimate for this job. How many signs are we going to need? What are these materials going to cost? So that is done, and the field surveying first identified that, remember, this is just for residential streets, so it was important just to identify the street segments where it would be necessary to install these signs for enforcement. We don't want to just blanket the city with signs where they're not enforceable or where they're not part of the ordinance. And that involved looking at the land use map, looking at the existing subdivision layouts, where people currently park next to those subdivisions, et cetera, et cetera. And also looking at what streets are owned by the city and which ones are privately owned and maintained by subdivisions. The next step was the sign placement process. So option one was sort of a wish list. Ideally, if you wanted a completely inarguable case, how far apart do I have to put signs? You could say you could put a sign every 30 to 60 feet. Because at that point, no one could argue that they didn't see what the sign said or they didn't realize that they were parking there. Think of like the DC approach. There's just signs everywhere. You can't possibly miss them. But that is a bit of sign pollution, if you will. But that is, one option. And then placed to avoid the existing driveways and entrances to the roadways. That's another challenge, and that means you have to sort of juggle around your placement and look at that. That left us with approximately 6,800 signs going up all over the city. Now, that was not ideal, because 6,800 signs across a small city like this is somewhat a bit of sign pollution, if you will. So we increased the spacing between the signs and then sort of took advantage of, we looked at a 250 to 400 foot separation interval, and then also utilized another aspect that the MUTCD talks about. The MUTCD does not give specific spacing requirements for no parking signs, but they do give some guidelines for no parking signs. And one of the guidelines they give is that you can simply make parking regulations and post parking regulations by posting them at the entrance to a parking zone. Now, in this case, we've made the entire city a residential zone, or the entire residential areas of the city a no parking zone for these types of vehicles. So we'd really have to cover pretty much every entrance to the city. But with a combination of placing signs every 250 feet to 450 feet, that gives us 800 signs. And then if we look at the gateway signs, we'll call them for the purpose of this exercise, these larger gateway signs at every entrance to the city can be placed so that people as they enter the city would realize, I'm entering this place with these special parking regulations regarding commercial vehicles, and then they just have little reminder signs every 250 to 450 feet throughout the city. So alternates 1 and 2, I think I skipped one. This is what the sign layout came back looking like, and alternates 1 and 2 show the very specific signs. The difference here is that because we've restricted only during certain times of day, right? We have to have both that, we have to have the no parking sign, but we also have to have the details of that. The easiest way, probably the quickest way to say that is with the way our ordinance is written, that there's no commercial vehicles are prohibited except Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Remember, we wanted commercial vehicles to be able to park on the street to help people service their homes. Plumbers, electricians, HVAC specialists, movers, things like that. We don't want residents burdened by not having the ability to bring commercial vehicles to their home for the things that they need commercial vehicles to come to their home for, but that's 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Outside of those hours, we don't want those commercial vehicles parked on our street. So one way to say it is alternative 1, which is except Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Alternative number 2 would be commercial vehicles prohibited Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., weekends and holidays. It's a little more specific, but then again, you're also putting more on a sign for someone to consume and take in. And in all cases, we do recommend putting the tow-away zone placard, which can be this tow-away zone in writing, or it can be the emblem of the tow vehicle towing the car. But if you do not put the tow emblem, the tow placard on there, you really are going to have trouble towing if you need to. Mm-hmm. Say someone's gotten a whole bunch of tickets and they just refuse to move the car, or the truck in this case, you're going to have trouble towing. And it's probably a loser if we don't have that towaway placard. So the MUTCD does point to, if you have the desire to be able to tow, you need to put this placard there.
Which alternative do you recommend? Which one do you recommend?
Personally, I like the one with the least amount of verbiage
No,
possible to convey the message.
I think most of us would.
Yeah, I think the more you put on a sign, the harder it is to read,
Right.
the more confused people are going to get. Fewer words is usually better.
Okay.
And then the gateway signage, no real difference, except you can see alternative 1 when we're using the exception language. If you don't use the except language, you do have to crowd the sign with more verbiage to say when they can park, no commercial, or when the parking restriction is, weekends and holidays, it all has to go on there. So again, alternative 1 is cleaner, less verbiage per sign. Alternative 2 is more descriptive, but it also is harder to comprehend quickly. And then get down to the estimates and quantities. The quantities were taken from the GIS layouts that you guys saw. The GIS layouts with the little colored dots showing the sign locations. We're looking at approximately 736 sets of 3 signs. And when we say 3 signs, 3 different placards, 3 different blanks per post, and 14 gateway signs. There are quite a few entrances to the city, not so much in the center of town or the east end, but on the west end, there is a lot of entrances from Yorkshire, from Prince William, or from Manassas and Prince William. The unit prices were provided by the city. We looked at several different pricing arrangements. Remember, we also had an existing response from an RFP to glean from. We have been doing major sign installation projects with the increased speed, the residential speed zones and the increased fines. We've done some work to improve the crosswalks going to the school. So we've been purchasing a lot of signs recently. We've been doing a lot of sign installation. So we know pretty much what our materials costs are, and we're pretty comfortable gleaning our own materials costs. And we also looked at how VDOT would price this if they were going to put this out to bid, what estimating tools they would use and what that would cost. Basically, the city materials, what we would purchase, because we did notice from when we were dealing with a vendor that the city gets a much better discount. We have been purchasing from sign manufacturers for a long time. We purchase usually in bulk because we're purchasing blanks and making materials. We're also purchasing large numbers of the same sign. So we tend to get a better discount. It did seem to behoove us to order our own materials and just have someone install. The sign panels, you're talking about $28,570. We do have to use 14-foot signposts. Hopefully with less to put on a sign, you could get away with 10 or 12-foot signposts, which would save some money, but we have to have 3 placards, and all 3 placards have to have a clearance of 6 feet. So we do have to have extra long signposts to achieve this. And then the foundations and piers, it is quite expensive, and we still may visit some cost-saving options here, but to do it the way that Public Works typically installs a sign with Saccrete in a traditional footing, these are the anticipated costs right around $30,000. And then you also have to have the actual anchor base that holds, because we now use breakaway signs. If you've noticed, everything is perforated. And you've probably seen them break. When people hit them, they snap off nicely at the base. They don't do a lot of damage to the car. It's a safer method of doing it. It's also, hopefully, easier to repair when it has to be repaired and replaced. But the total city estimate for materials is $138,188. When we look at labor cost, yeah, we had some rough numbers from an RFP, but we didn't have real solid labor costs. It was on a per sign basis. But generally, when you're estimating, it's pretty safe to say that labor is going to be twice whatever materials was. Think of labor as being 2/3 of the cost of most jobs. Materials is usually 1/3 the cost of most jobs. So using that methodology, the estimated labor is somewhere around $276,000, which would bring the construction subtotal to right at $415,000. And then, of course, there are miscellaneous items that we can't predict, things that we're going to need. Some signs may need to go in concrete in places. We may need special hardwares and fasteners for that. Also a contingency. We're in an era of inflation. Materials have been hard to get. Materials have had extensive lead times, and inflation is still going on. So we're building a 20% contingency into this estimate, and then an 11% inflation adjustment, because that's pretty much what the rate of inflation has been since the last time we had solid figures from a vendor on these things. So we're running with a total estimate of $563,810. And using the VDOT methodology, if that sounds like a big number, using the VDOT methodology, they would be estimating at $1.2 million, which is surprisingly right in line with sort of the first RFP response we got. But we're hoping that we can do this much cheaper. So the alternatives that we need to discuss is we could procure a company like we tried the first time, which would be turnkey. Have someone come in, buy all the materials on behalf of the city, do all the installation on behalf of the city, coordinate all the utility, do everything necessary so the city wouldn't have to do anything. However, we kind of know that's going to be expensive. The other alternative is for the city to purchase the materials and then hire a company to install. So probably put out a quick bid document, see what interested people would be interested in helping the city do this job. But again, you know, you're bringing in someone else and their overhead, so it could get more expensive than we've estimated. And then for the city to purchase materials and hire staff to install. Now, certainly to start anytime soon or to, you know, with only having 14 public works crewmen, I can't recommend that we just take a few people out of the public works crew and dedicate them, their entire job is installing signs, because we're just taking away from water, sewer, streets, stormwater, and all the other things that public works does. But we could hire staff to come in and dedicate themselves to this project until it's done. So the materials with a 20% contingency is going to come out to $165,826. We budgeted $250,000, so that does leave a little money on the table. Even with the current budget, we only spent $12,400 on the study to get all of our sign locations spelled out and our sign designs made for us. Staff's preferred option would be to hire 2 FTEs to dedicate to this job. And there is a reason for that. It's because we were budgeted to unfreeze these positions in FY25 anyways. We're in FY23, 6 months away from heading into FY24. If the city unfreezes these positions in March, the cost will be $143,000 over 1.33 fiscal years before the budget absorbs them. This $133,000, this is $133,000 less than forecasted contract expenses. So it's actually cheaper to hire a couple dedicated staff, dedicate them to this purpose, than it would be to hire a contractor to do this job. And at the same time, the minute they're done with this job, they're serving the public in other ways, picking up other public works duties. So we're actually we're decompressing faster, getting public works crewmen faster than FY25, and saving money on this critical project. So the benefit of unfreezing the 2 true work positions is that after they are done with this project, they can support public works. We can advance our staff increasing a little faster.
And just to add to, it's also speed is a big issue here too. If we advertise an RFP for contracted services, it comes back and it's way too high, then we have to come back for a budget amendment for you all. It's going to be more expensive. So at that point, why would we spend more than the $143,000 it would cost to pay 2 FTE? So it'd be cheaper, and then it would mean that we could get started on this project a lot quicker as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we put this out to bid and contractors came back, you know, $500,000 purely on installation or something like that. The money wouldn't be budgeted. We may know that we want the project done, but we've still got to take time to come back to you guys, modify the budget, make some sort of budget amendment or financial commitment, and that's just more delays, more delays. What we're hearing is that we want this done, we want it done as quickly as possible. By hiring staff, hopefully we can advance this project really quickly and not have any more hurdles to overcome, just get started. This is just simply a reminder of why there was the unfreezing of the 2 positions. You know, why we feel comfortable presenting this is because there is a pretty decent FTE gap with public works and community development compared to the rest of Northern Virginia and our comparable jurisdictions. So hiring more public works staff is not something frivolous. It's actually necessary. And, you know, I don't even like going into snow season at these staffing levels. I think you guys have heard me say that before. I'd rather have 8, 9 guys available per shift. So just a reminder here that we are a little short on staff already. This is a pretty viable option considering it saves the city money and gives us more public works crew at the end of this project.
And as a reminder, in the Great Recession, Public Works took the biggest hit out of any department with reductions, and then they were never brought back.
Yeah.
So they just keep falling behind, further behind compared to other jurisdictions.
Yeah, thank you, Calvin. I would say I definitely support the hiring of the 2 additional staffers for the project. Want to ask you, just to confirm for the folks at home, is the number of signs sufficient to support enforcement since we have, I think, over 50 lane miles of roads in the city?
Right, and that's where, you know, if you wanted to put them every 30 to 60 feet, you would wind up with 6,800 signs across the city. Now, it's not the full lane mileage of the city, because some of that lane mileage is actually not inside of residential areas where these restrictions would apply. But, so when I first presented this, my back of the envelope math that I presented to you guys before I think as the ordinance was being passed, was based on, I believe I removed 20% of the lane miles in the city. Just saying that probably 20% of the lane miles in the city wouldn't qualify for this sign program. And I did not have quite 6,800 signs, but I had a lot of signs in mind.
And I wasn't advocating for 6,800
No,
signs.
after they plotted this out on GIS and realized it's actually going to be 6,800 signs throughout the city to have that 30 or 60-foot spacing, and then you realize that on certain lots throughout the city, someone might have 2 of these signs in their front yard. If they're literally spaced at 30 to 60 feet apart, some people would have 2 signs just in their front yard alone.
I think my point was that there was a big difference between 6,800 and 700 and some, 700 plus change.
So when it comes to, is it enforceable? By the MUTCD, the MUTCD says you can use the gateway method. You know, that they don't give a specific spacing on signs. They just give height, you know, requirements. They can't be lower than 6 feet so that people can't hit their heads on them, kids can't run into them with their bicycles, things like that. But they don't give a spacing that they say is, you know, legal to be enforced. What they do say is that you can do this by putting them at the gateway, which is why we're kind of taking a mixed approach here. By having the gateway signs at the entrances to the city, we're meeting the MUTCD. By putting these reminder signs every 250 to 450 feet, we're increasing the odds that, you know, people are going to notice the signs and that a judge is going to agree with us that they should have noticed these restrictions in place. And I guess if this didn't work, then we would have to look forward in the future to doing some infill. But we would only have infill to do at that point. We wouldn't actually have to do this project over. We just have to gradually increase or decrease the spacing between signs.
Thank you, Calvin. I just wanted that clarified for the folks at home. Also, was it necessary for the city to contact VDOT or consult with VDOT on any part of the project?
We wound up talking with VDOT quite a bit about it, just out of curiosity, trying to figure out, you know, what they do when they're posting no parking. Surprisingly, VDOT doesn't post a lot of no parking, but we did wind up talking to them not only about that, but about vendors who we should reach out to. So
Nothing mandatory.
Yeah, VDOT's, we are 100%, all the streets in the city are owned and maintained by the city. We don't have any VDOT maintained streets, but they do give us money. So we play by their rules as much as we possibly can.
Yeah. Thank you, Calvin. Councilmember Javed, do you have any comments or questions?
Yes, I got a couple. I guess that slide that you had the pictures of, I guess the verbiage on the sign. And I think on the bottom it said, yeah, there we go, tollway zone.
Yes.
I mean, would that be necessary to add, I guess, at owner's expense?
Yeah.
At owner's expense.
Yes, that would be, that would be at the owner's expense.
But he's saying, should we? He's asking, do we have to have it there?
No.
Okay, the answer is no.
Correct, yeah, I'm asking if we could add, if it's necessary to add that verbiage on that sign.
It's not necessary, but if that's something you guys want to do, then we can go back and tell them, but it isn't necessary.
That would be part of
Okay.
enforcement, wouldn't it?
What's that?
That would be part of enforcement, would it not? Or would it?
What is that? What do you mean?
Towing.
Yes, but what he's asking is on the sign, do we need to put at owner's expense so that they know they have to pay for it?
I
It's
see.
not necessary to put that, but if you guys would like to, we can.
Is it pretty standard that the owner pays these?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
I thought that was universal.
It is, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Javed, do you have a follow-up?
Oh, yes, hold on a second. Oh, are we gonna put a sign out in a couple intersections if the vehicle does get towed, call this company? Or would they just be calling the city, the police department? Because usually on, communities like HOA that has a sign that says if your car gets towed, call this tow company directly. That's who we contracted out to.
Yeah, so that's something we're going to put on our website as we do towing to give them the contact information of the towing company itself.
Okay, I mean, I guess that'll be fine. And did we get any bids from tow companies on a project like this?
So it's
I guess,
we plan on using the police department towing company. There's no expense to us. We have a great working relationship with that company, and so the plan was to utilize them to have the PD support.
okay, that's fine. Yeah, no other questions.
Did he say he's done? I don't know. Councilmember Javed, do you have further questions?
No, that's it.
No? He's okay? Okay, thank you. Comments or questions? Yes, ma'am.
You know me, I have questions. That's what I do all day long. I get asked questions, and I ask questions. I got a quick thing, and probably just nitpicking, but the gateway signs, I notice on the regular signs, it says Monday through Friday, but that gateway sign says 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Would we have to add Monday through Friday or M through F?
Probably, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
We'll have to, we'll visit that with Wallace Montgomery, but I believe that, yeah, you're right. We would have to have a Monday through Friday there.
Okay. And when I looked at the signs of the 800, the dots for the 800 signs, it seems to me like this is just, I mean, yeah, it is one side, no, but you'd have to be kind of not paying attention to miss them. Because they seem to be at especially the four-way stops
And
and,
that's why when you have the gateway signs entering the city, they're bigger, you should see it, and then you're going to get a reminder no matter what street you drive down, from what approach, what angle, you're going to see more of those
Right.
signs before you pull over to park.
unless you're not paying attention.
So I'm not saying that no one's going to challenge this or that no judge is ever going to side with someone that does challenge it, but this is a lot better approach than starting out like this.
Right.
Because I don't think that most of our residents would want to see this.
No, nor would they want to have to mow around that.
Right.
No, I like what I see here with the 800. It's just in high traffic areas. Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. you have any comments or questions? Comments or questions?
Yeah. Does the 143,000 include benefits?
Yes, it does.
Okay, cool. And also, are we going to put gateway signs on Route 28? Route 28 is already pretty cluttered. I don't know that anyone would notice a sign.
I think
on
we,
28.
I think we have to, or at least turning off of Route 28.
So, yeah, there is actually an entire map. It didn't fit on the slide.
Yeah, I wanted to see the rest of the map.
Yes. Turning, I don't believe they were on 28, though.
Okay, good. So they were on Manassas rather than
Yeah,
on 28.
so after you turn on to Manassas, as you're entering, say you're coming 28 north and you turn right onto Manassas Drive heading east, the sign would be immediately there, because
Okay.
that's where you're entering into a residential zone.
Okay.
You're not actually entering into a residential zone if you're just driving on 28. And then again, if I'm going up 28 north and I hang a left to go west Manassas Drive, it would be really at 99 or 100, right at 100 Manassas Drive, where you're first entering the residential zone. That would be the location of the first gateway sign saying you're now entering a residential area where these parking restrictions apply.
Like
Okay.
Yeah,
down
we'll-
near,
we'll
like
have to-
Mathis and
Yeah.
Mathis and
Yeah,
Manassas
right at
Drive.
the corner, right at Mathis, right as you're entering into the west end.
And then once we extend Connor Drive, we'll add it there as well.
Oh, okay, good. And then how long would it take to get these signs out?
We are hoping around 3 months with 2 guys. We're hoping. That's there's a lot of coordination work, and it's still a lot of signs, but it's not 6,800. So
Okay,
And we have to wait for the materials to come in as well.
right. That could be a while. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Follow-up?
No.
Okay. Councilmember.
I got one follow-up, one more.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Calvin, what's our policy if say there's like an overnight emergency, like a flooded basement, and, they come out, that they got restoration companies that come out late at night. I mean, is there exceptions how would they know that they're not part of the night, they're just there for a job?
So, again, these are just on the public streets, so if someone does have that kind of repair, they can clear their driveway and allow the company to do the work.
Well, the ones without a driveway, like they would need to park on city road then.
Yeah, we have that prohibition. If you guys want to carve out exceptions where the police officer uses their discretion based off of the work, I think that's something we should deliberate on. But I'd have to talk to the police department about that.
Is that something?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a van there with the lights on, it's running, and they see actual work happening overnight, I would think that they would not make that a violation.
Is the carve-out something we could do at a later date? In other words, pass this tonight and do that later?
Absolutely.
After you check?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. Because all we need right now, we're just getting the guidance for getting the signs and install. It's still a long time before that actually gets done, so you have plenty of time to deliberate on the
Sure.
actual ordinance.
Sure. Do you have more, Councilmember Javed? Do you have more questions?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last minute comments or questions? Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, there are 2 motions. The first motion is that the governing body approve and authorize the city manager to sign the necessary contractual documents to purchase all materials for the no commercial parking signage project at a cost not to exceed $165,826.63 as presented and subject to final city attorney review.
Moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Number 2, that the governing body unfreeze 2 public works crew worker positions and authorize the city manager to fill such positions in FY '23 as presented.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Calvin.
thank you.
Very much looking forward to this. Okay, moving on to 8D. 8D is FY23 budget amendment.
So I don't have any additional changes beyond just noting that there would be a $35,000 reduction from the governing body section of the budget since we can't implement the stipends now.
Right.
So that would be shifted down to, my recommendation is contribute that to reserves minus $3,670 to fund the Keep the Park Beautiful initiative.
Yeah, okay. Super. Any questions or comments? Last minute. Councilmember Javed, any last minute comments or questions before we vote?
Well, I brought it up earlier in the meeting about, I guess if no one else has comments about the pay raise, I just would like to hear what everybody was thinking. But if you want to go to a vote, that's fine.
I'm sorry, what did he say?
I think he wants you guys to deliberate on the governing body pay increases, because if you...
On the stipend?
Yeah, on the stipends.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am not in favor of the stipends because, well, first of all, the residents cannot just vote themselves an increase. So I don't favor the stipend. I think it's far better to use part of that to fund the Keep the Park Beautiful. That's my personal opinion. Comments?
Well, it's not going to go into effect right now anyway, so we
Yeah.
are going to do the Keep the Park Beautiful. The only benefit I see to it possibly is it would help attract people to run. We'd have not exactly a line of people coming to run for office, although I'm not really sure that that would even make a difference. I'm kind of on the fence.
On the fence. Okay, fair enough. Comments?
No, I'm not in favor. I said we wait until we start developing the fiscal '26 budget, and then at that point, we'll have a better feeling of our financial position.
Yeah.
In addition, we all put our hat in the ring and took this job knowing what it was going to be paid.
Yeah.
And, our needs, our wants come far, far, far away from the needs of the residents and the needs of the staff.
Absolutely. Total agreement there. We run for office but to do public service. We don't run to come in and double our stipend.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Until we can bring down, we're in the position where we can reduce taxes, we can make sure that every street doesn't have potholes, maybe then, but we're not there yet.
Yeah. We'll know when we're strong enough.
Yes.
Right. Councilmember Amaya, your thoughts?
I think I'm in agreement with them.
I'm sorry, could you please?
I'm sorry, I think I'm in agreement with Councilmember Mensing. I think it would attract more people to participate, and I don't think it's going to be such a big impact on the budget. So I'm in agreement with Mensing.
You're in
Councilmember
agreement that
Mensing.
you're on the fence, or?
Yes, I'm on the fence.
That you're on the fence?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Javed, did you want to comment some more?
Yeah, I don't think we're there, even though it'll be implemented FY25. I think we just got over a couple of hurdles. Thank you, Lazo, for bringing this up to our attention, and I appreciate, I guess, putting it on the agenda. But my point is, my take is that I would probably remove this from the budget amendment.
Yeah, and it has to be, I see your point. So the funds are removed already, but you're saying even remove the vote on that decision and hold off, to Councilmember Hampton's point, to that fiscal year when it can actually be brought forward. Is that right?
Well, yeah, we could bring it forward to the next, I guess, budget talks. But if we remove it right now, if it stays right now, what happens? Like, you just wouldn't appropriate the funds?
So if you vote for it now, I still have to pull that $35,000 budget this year. We couldn't implement the stipends right now until FY26. So if you vote to do it now, then all I'm going to do is in the financial model, And then when I present the FY24 budget and FY26, it's going to reflect, FY26 and beyond will reflect that stipend increase. But we have plenty of time till that time. But again, it's just,
Yeah, I see.
yeah.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of waiting until then to talk about it since it's not relevant right now.
Yeah, it's not relevant. Plus, I don't know that I believe that increasing the stipend would attract more interest. I think public outreach will do a lot more for having people become enthusiastic about running for office. They need to hear from all of us. We need public outreach. We need to get people excited about it.
Before that, we need people in here in these meetings. Before we get people running, we need people in here in these meetings.
Yeah, yeah. Everybody is so busy with their personal lives, probably. But look, we're here.
Yeah.
Okay, so if there are no further comments, we'll move on to the motion. Now, Dean, as presented, we'll cover the changes. Is that correct?
Yes, you could say as presented, yes, it should cover them, yes, because that
Okay,
was
okay.
presented, yes.
Okay, the staff recommended motion is that the governing body adopt the FY22 Budget Amendment Number 1 as presented.
Moved?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving on to new business. These are the COG committee appointments. I think probably the best way to begin this is for me to ask if everyone wishes to continue on with their existing committee service.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Amaya?
Yes.
Yeah. Councilmember Javed, do you wish to continue with your existing COG appointment?
Yes, I have no issue.
Okay, and I'm going to assume that Councilmember Moore also does. I believe he really enjoys representing the city at COG, so
Yeah.
I'm just going to assume that he will. Is anyone interested in the 2 vacant committees?
I'm interested in the food and food and agriculture.
I'm sorry, can you?
The food and agriculture?
Huh?
The F.
Yeah, food and agriculture, and there was one, the Region Forward?
Okay, so I'm interested in the food and agriculture.
I'm sorry.
I'm interested in the food and agriculture.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Councilmember Amaya, anybody interested in the Region Forward Coalition, excuse me? No? Okay. Well, then let me go ahead and read the motion. It's a lengthy one. Well, give me just a moment to add the food and agriculture. That's a long name.
Yeah.
Regional. Okay, the motion is that the governing body appoint the following individuals to serve on the respective boards and committees of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments for calendar year 2023. Darrell Moore as the primary appointment to the COG Board of Directors, Jeanette Rischel as the primary appointment to the Transportation Planning Board, Hasib Javed as the primary appointment to the Metropolitan Washington Air Quality Committee, Yessi Amaya as the primary appointment to the Human Services Policy Committee and to the Food and Agriculture Regional Member Policy Committee, Alana Mensing as the primary appointment to the Climate, Energy, and Environment Policy Committee, Laura Hampton as the primary appointment to the Chesapeake Bay and Water Resources Policy Committee. Do we have a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Okay, thank you. Moving on to 9B, third quarter appropriations for FY23 city and schools.
Okay, good evening again, members of the governing body. So what I have on this screen, I didn't follow my own advice and stand more here. Now that the governing, now that you voted on the budget amendment, it would be this motion here, the yellow one, and not the purple one. The purple one was the prior adopted budget. So I just want to point that out, that in the motion I had the or, so it was kind of two options in motion one.
Okay,
So you'd be,
since the budget amendment was adopted.
exactly, you'd be
it's
voting on the
second one. Okay.
yellow one. Yep.
Okay. Okay, any last-minute comments or questions? Comments or questions? Councilmember Javed, do you have any last-minute comments or questions on third quarter appropriations for city and schools?
No, no question.
Okay, moving right into the motion that the governing body appropriates $23,936,177 to the city for quarter 3 of fiscal year 2023. Do we have a motion?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. The second motion is that the governing body appropriate $14,003,044 to the city schools for quarter 3 of fiscal year 2023.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, next is 9C, which is solid waste ordinance.
This was just a vote on the ordinance that was presented at public hearing earlier.
Okay. So do you want to say anything else, or no?
I have nothing else,
Nothing
no.
left to say, okay. Any last-minute comments or questions on this?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make sure that this could be modified to actually have our recycling picked up as recycling.
Yeah, so I'd have to ask Patriot for the additional cost, but it should be within my threshold. Verify with the city attorney, we could cover recycling within this as well, so it's all going to be a cost issue. But again, if collecting all the trash is $3,000, then I don't think it's going to be more than that for recycling.
And this here, just this ordinance amendment only covers the refuse collection, but that's only because in section 1315, subsection C, it specifically says, you know, everything has to be in there. But when you look at the recycling, it doesn't have something similar like that. So it should not be required for that. However, we can amend it if you want, but it's going to have to be a separate amendment to separate section 1316, which deals with recycling.
So for recycling, you're allowed to leave out large boxes that don't fit in.
Well, there is a restriction on what you can put out there for recycling. But, you know, do you want to have something specific for recycling? I mean, if you want to make that clear, then we probably need to do something with that too. And then maybe bring this back. Well, you'd have to do it probably in, January after this, but, because I don't know if we're going to have time to go ahead and get Patriot to do anything with recycling this year.
Again, if they approve this tonight, I think I should have the discretion, right, to have them collect the recycling piece as well?
If you want to go ahead and give them that discretion, yeah. If someone wants
Okay.
to complain about it, then I guess
Yeah.
we'll change the ordinance.
So I think if you just adopt this, then I'll come back to you all via email, just to let you know what the price is, but it's going to be within my authority. But I'll let you know what it is, just for a heads up.
Okay, is everybody in agreement with that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Okay. I think this is a great idea to do for our residents. It was mentioned at the last meeting that the city would not advertise or proactively make residents aware of this exception, and I think we might want to rethink that. In my opinion, I think it might cause more confusion if the city does not push out the information in the same way that it pushes out information on other initiatives. Residents will see their trash picked up, their trash go for one pickup, and then for the next pickup, it's going to be left on the sidewalk. So, I mean, I would think that would confuse residents more.
No, I mean, we're going to encourage everyone to fit their trash in their containers. We're not encouraging people to keep trash out.
Well, no, I know you're not, that's not what I said. That's not what I meant. I'm talking about the fact that this is an exception to the rule, and people are used to exceptions in their daily life. So I don't think that they would make the assumption that because we have a one-time exception that we're encouraging them to do that every single
I think
week.
people misinterpret information all the time, and they may see, oh, we don't have to keep this, we don't have to follow this anymore. It's been a huge struggle for us to just get this information out that people need to put their stuff in containers. So I want to keep our messaging telling people that they have to put stuff in containers. It's just for that one time, we're not going to cite them. And we're not going to have Public Works go out and pick it up because Patriot will go ahead and pick it up. So it's kind of a break without us putting contrary messaging out there, contrary to what we've been fighting so hard to achieve over the last couple months. But if the governing body wants to direct me to do so, we will advertise it.
I mean, part of, I'm going
Let me ask a question, Chair.
Yes, go ahead. Councilmember Javed?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were finished.
He said he didn't know, he didn't mean to cut us off. He said he didn't mean to cut us off. He thought we were finished.
Okay, okay.
So I was going to.
Can I continue, or?
Hasib, give me a second. Give me 1 second, it's Laura. So I'm going to dig in my communications background, which I have. You know, the mayor does have a point. It is a one-time exception. We can write it, say, the message goes out and says, what's that Wednesday after Christmas? What is it?
28th.
28th, one time, December 28th, the one and only time. You know, we'll have an exception. But the following Wednesday, whatever that might be, January 4th, I think it is, we resume normal practices. But you have that one-time exception. Come January 4th, if you don't follow the rule, then we go back to, it'll be something a lot nicer than what I'm saying right now, or smoother. But that's the gist of it. That one time only, January 28th.
December 28th.
December 28th, sorry. It's been a long day.
I know.
So I do agree with you.
Okay.
But like to hear what other people have to say.
Absolutely.
I agree. Otherwise, why are we paying the $3,000 if no one's going to leave their stuff out anyways because they don't know?
So you're in favor of
Communication.
communication, yeah. Councilmember Amaya, do you have an opinion?
I think I'm in favor of what Laszlo was saying, because it does confuse people. So if the trash gets picked up, they realize the trash gets picked up, maybe they think it's a lucky day or whatever, but we have to word it in a way that it's not going to be, and people don't really get the info from our, like I said, the word of mouth is basically a thing that gets around, right? So I don't know, I think I'm in the position that Laszlo's in. I think it confuses people.
And for Vice Mayor Mensing, your point, people are going to leave it out, by the way. So Patriot will have work to do. It's just not going to be Public Works picking it up. Now it's going to be Patriot. So they are going to be working there because they do it anyways now, but we have such a fight right now to kind of educate residents. So they are going to be working on the 28th to pick up trash. So we are getting that. It's just we're not trying to create any additional confusion, and we're trying to stay on message. And I do think people are going to get confused if we start advertising this.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that people who are complying are going to be the ones who miss out. Because they're not going to put the extra stuff out. They're going to keep it in their garage or their house because they don't know. So I don't see how it benefits them, the people who are in compliance.
But if they can keep it in their garage, then why are we even doing this? And then they could put it out the next time.
Well, no one wants to keep extra trash in their garage. They're doing it because it's not going to get picked up. We've been telling them it's not going to get picked up. They believe it's not going to get picked up. And if they find out after the fact, it's going to create some issues.
All we're doing, again, is we're not citing people, so we're already giving them a break, and we're paying Patriot to pick it up instead of Public Works. And we're not charging the residents for that. So I see it as just a not an enforcement and giving Public Works a break and not charging residents for that work. That's what I see it as. I prefer to stay on message here because it's been such a hard battle for code enforcement to get the message out and to deal with the citations. But again, I'll do as instructed.
About just pushing out an exception. Let's hear what Councilmember Javed has to say. What is your opinion, Councilmember Javed?
Well, let me ask you a question, Laszlo. Can we do an extra day, like say Monday, holiday trash pickup, and advertise that instead of saying, pick it up Tuesday? Say, hey, we have an extra day this week.
No, we would have to work with Patriot for that one. It would have to be you're talking about an extra collection day, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think we're too late for that. I think
Then
for next
it's
year we can consider that.
Easier communication point, say holiday trash pickup December 26th.
Yeah, we'd have to work with Patriot on that. I don't think you can do that this year, but we'd have to talk with them about, because remember, they're picking up other areas as well on Monday, so the feasibility of them even being able to do that, they might be able to, but I'd have to talk to them first. But they're not going to be able to do it for this year and within price that we're talking about as well, because that's a full pickup you're asking them to do.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, but I got to agree. I mean, the residents are going to think that exception, they're going to keep it in the garage, and then we just waste that $3,000 when they could have picked up that extra trash. I'm just trying to see how we could say it in the communication, how we would deliver that message.
Never clean.
He wants to know how we would say it in the communication. And Hasib, my recommendation is very simple. You put down the dates. One time exception to the trash pickup, December 28th. I guess it's the 28th. And then, resuming normal operations the following Wednesday, January 4th.
Yeah. Very straightforward.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Mm-hmm.
I think we have to give people, I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, I think we have to give the residents some credit. I don't think everybody is that.
They're not that out of touch.
Exactly.
Most of them, yeah.
I'm not saying they're out of touch, but if you play telephone, the game, because messaging goes out through word of mouth, and it just takes some people to get it wrong, and then the wrong information goes out.
But that's why we post it on official channels.
But people will misinterpret that.
And
They
we
always
share
do.
on Facebook and our
And we
personal.
can't control everything, but to some degree, we can't, to Councilmember Mensing's point, we can't also, what's the word I want to use? Punish those that do follow the rules, that don't know it's out there, because we haven't done our due diligence. And yet they're holding back on the trash, like, well, I got this box here, I can't put it out. And, they miss it, and that burden's put on them to break it down, hold on to it for another week. It's one time, we just keep to the dates, end of story.
Yeah. Well, most of us favor pushing out the information, so do you have your guidance now?
Yeah, the majority of you want to push out the messaging, so that's what we'll do.
Okay. And please share with us what you're going to push out, because we want to share it on our.
Yeah, of course. It's going to be on our website and social media, so you guys can always share that.
Just let us know when it goes up.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, time to vote. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Staff recommendation is that the governing body approve and adopt an ordinance to authorize the annual exception for the first scheduled solid waste collection after December 25th to the requirement to set all household waste in refuse containers as presented.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. We are down to number 10, which is our second public comment time. There is no member of the public in the audience.
Mayor, did Hasib vote?
I'm sorry.
He hasn't been chiming in on anything, except for
sorry.
the one
Can
he
you
was
speak
speaking.
into the microphone?
Yeah, I didn't hear Hasib
Aye.
vote.
There it is.
What was that?
I said aye.
Okay, aye.
Oh,
Thank you.
Okay.
Mhm.
Does anyone wish to make public comment? Seeing no one and hearing no one, we'll move on to manager's time.
Good evening. Tonight, we're not going to do the social services presentation. Our social services director is feeling under the weather, as many people are right now. So we'll push that back to January. So we're going to go straight to the community services division update. So I will turn it over to Yvette, I believe. Kind of it. Yep.
Thank you. Good evening again. Yvette Monet with the Community Services Department. Our department has been involved in the following activities in the first quarter of fiscal year '23. The first one was the City Hall transitioning, ribbon cutting ceremony, July 4th event, National Night Out event. Also assisted with front desk customer service at New City Hall. Assisted with implementation of the Sun City Community Outreach Platform. Contributed to the newsletter, the city's newsletter. Participated in all events committee meetings. Also, we're planning the Community Day, which will be on Earth Day in April of '23. Push social media campaign on various public health, safety, and housing topics. Refine processes, procedures, and best practices for a multifunctional departments entity. Our staff attended numerous training classes, conferences, as well as participated in regional collaborations and forums. Our economic development coordinator continues to work, actually in quarter one, worked on the downtown economic development initiatives as well as the restaurant voucher program. Also in the downtown events portfolio planning, business and data analytics software research. In our public health arena, our coordinator worked on the lanternfly educational campaign, COVID and flu vaccinations campaign, monkeypox educational campaign, collaborated with code enforcement in areas of food sanitation and compliance, collaborated with schools on evacuation and ALICE training planning, and also assisted in emergency management activities. In our housing arena, we continue to work doing outreach. Also, we brought admin support capability into the department. We had the rent relief program for that quarter. We assisted with community maintenance working group with research and also with researching community block development grants. Also collaborated with code enforcement in areas of housing, repairs, and code compliance, and we applied for 2 grants. Those were the highlights of our Community Services Department. And now we have Mr. Hoey, who will present on the economic development part. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, staff, guests, and residents. So I would be very brief. I know we've had a long night, but this is just going to be the highlights of the first quarter. As you see here, I've just added some new pictures from the last time. So again, just a picture of the cookout as well as our new ribbon cutting scissors that we have received last week. These are the winners of the gifts that were raffled off during the trunk or treat. And then this is actually a pop-up banner that was actually used most recently at the Quantum World Congress that I attended most recently. So I just kind of want to give you just some more images and kind of check out what we are doing in economic development. The big things that I'll be focusing on today is, again, the current business recruitment and retention with the citywide focus, the current business development support, our macroeconomic trends, as well as ongoing projects and initiatives here in the city. So starting on the, starting on the left-hand side of the screen. We're just going to go down, and again, the business development and recruitment most recently has been the focus with the ICSE Mid-Atlantic Conference. I attended that in order to recruit businesses with the focus on grocery stores at that time. I'm also focused on trying to get businesses into the Village of Manassas Park Building C as well as Park 170 businesses. Liaison with Park Central Partners, and again, that's Envy Realty, that's Spofford Beatty, that's Norton Scott, in the regards of making certain that I'm funneling over as many prospects to them as possible. And, I'm currently still working on our city business directory and registry. We have here, I have hosted and staffed, not only with our own Manassas Park Economic Development Authority, but also with the Nova EDA Authority as well. I noticed that was not on here. And I've also been working with Parks and Rec to manage our downtown events portfolio. I have been representing the city as a member of the Prince William Chamber, most notably the Nova EDA lunch with the Secretary of Commerce and Trade. We recently had a board retreat at Totino Mare. And we've also had some policymaker series as well as business after hours. We do have the upcoming Prince William Chamber of Commerce Business Awards. And so again, we will be not only presenting the Manassas Park Business of the Year, but we're also going to submit some other businesses in order to receive some of the awards from the actual chamber as well. I have been working to support other departments and citywide interests in regards of working for the City Hall ribbon cutting, the cookout ribbon cutting, and even the fire department open house where I staffed our table. And then I'm also working with, creating the policy that we're going to work to implement for our downtown tenant improvement program. As we move across the screen, we're actually just going to see the different types of businesses that I've been interacting with in regards for this first quarter. And again, with the largest portion of it being the actual developers, followed second by grocery groups, and then theater groups, and then restaurant groups as we come around. When we come over and we look at our first quarter meals tax comparison, we actually see that when we compare FY23 to all of the previous years as a whole, on average, we are actually above. We are a little below in August, and then September, we're actually almost tripled the amount that we have. And again, this is just based on average. There's not an average shown here, but when we look at these amounts on average. And then the last thing that we're looking at is the unemployment rate in relation to the nation, in relation to the state, and then where we are. And as you can see that in this particular time, we're seeing that the unemployment rate for the nation actually went up and came back down, while in the state of Virginia, it's actually been consistent for this past year, as well as we're looking at Manassas Park, we've actually gone down. So as a whole, we see that our residents are getting back to work faster than the nation as an average and faster than the state as an average. Were there any questions I could answer for anyone about any of this data I went over?
That was good news, the
Well, thank you.
employment rate. Thank you. Any comments or questions? Comments or questions? Councilmember Javed, do you have any comments or questions?
Yeah, I just have a question, I guess, for I don't know if the housing director is there. It says that we're still continuing rent relief program. How long are we still going to continue that? Because most counties and even the state has discontinued the rent relief.
Councilmember, that's actually the housing. That's coming up next with Yvette.
And I will take this moment to introduce the housing coordinator. Ms. Yvette Monet.
But okay.
Thank you. Yvette Monet again, Housing Coordinator. Yes, to answer the question, we stopped that program in November because we did not have a great demand. We had a demand for for rent relief, but it was not related to the pandemic. So based on the funding requirements, we couldn't apply that funding for that. That's why we stopped it. So we received 25 applications and only one was approved because it met all the requirements.
But to add, we are evaluating continuing the program under a different format, but we're researching the legislation to see how we can do so to be a little bit more expansive than the requirements that were laid out. So stay tuned.
That's correct, yes. Okay, well, I see something different over here, actually. Got it. Yes, it works. Okay, so in quarter one, fiscal year '23, we still had the rent relief program in that quarter, and we did not approve any applications in that first quarter. The only application that we approved was approved in November. We also assisted residents experiencing homelessness, tenant or landlord issues, home repair programs, and also shared the resource guide that we have, which is extensive, and we send to everyone who calls our department. Also, we try to share any resources or events that we learn about with the people that are on the tracker that we have. That tracker already has about more than 900 contacts in there. I supported various city events and projects also, and provided in-house administrative support for the Community Services Division. Research shared grant opportunities for different types of funding. On the left, you see I tried to attend every event and provide the information and resources for that quarter. I only attended the restaurant voucher events. On the right, you see from all of those contacts that we have in the tracker, a lot of the contacts come from Manassas in Prince William County. And for that quarter, we got 171 people added. Of those, 68 were Manassas Park residents. 33 needed some help with rent, and 2 needed help with utilities. Ongoing projects that we have, we're still doing research on different grants that we can apply for. We applied for the events grant, which will cover some of the expenses for the community day that we're going to have in April. That application was submitted in November. We're also looking at a needs assessment grant for $20,000. The deadline for that grant was moved to March, which is going to delay a little bit that assessment study that we need to do. That assessment is needed in order to work with the Urban Land Institute, ULI, which has a program called the Technical Assistance Panel, which provides experts in the area of housing that come to us for a day and a half, but they need that needs assessment before they can work on the questions that we're going to provide for them. Also, other things that I've been doing, volunteering and participating in working groups, also getting the training from FEMA Incident Command courses. In that picture that you see there, it's the family market at the high school, which is well attended. They usually have about 200 people in attendance. This is just some housing data, real estate data. The chart on the left shows the closed transactions in Manassas Park for 2021 and 2022, including November. So you can see that the market is still strong. However, the houses are staying in the market longer than I would say before May of this year. On the right side, you can see the days on the market, and I have another chart that shows days on the market for the years 21 and 22, so that you can see the trends. I will send it. I will pass it along when I'm done, but you will see the trends. The homes are staying longer in the market, but they're still selling. And also you will see some outliers, for example, the one in January 2022, There was a home that was on the market for 142 days. So that's why you're gonna see those highs, peaks and valleys there. As far as the closed transactions, something that is good is that we haven't seen short sales or foreclosures. We only saw short sales at the beginning of 2021. We saw 2. After that, we haven't seen any, and we saw 1 foreclosure in October of last year. So that is a reflection of the equity that is in the homes still because of the price increases. And then you can see again the trend. Homes are still selling. In November, you see that only 7 homes sold. That we're going to have to see what happens in the next months to see if that's because the interest rates went up and people are holding off, waiting to see what happens to the market, or it's just because it's winter. As you can see, last year in 21, in November, you had 20 homes that sold. December 17, February 11. So I don't know if it's because it's winter, it's cold, people kind of wait a little bit, or it's because it's a trend that the demand is going to go down. Thank you. That's all I had. Now we're going to have our public health chief, Mr. Rath. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Francis Laff. I am the Chief Public Health Coordinator, but also been taking over the role of mental health, and I've been assisting as Deputy Emergency Manager or Management, so I've been pretty busy. I appreciate that you taking the time, and I promise you I will be as short as possible without tripping on this cord over here. So in the last fiscal quarter, we did a couple of things. We did COVID vaccinations, but that was the last COVID vaccinations we did. We did it up at the senior apartments up the street. We finished off the COVID testing. Curative left at the end of September. They actually, I found out, have closed their operations nationwide now for testing, which I did not know until about a couple weeks ago. We're working on PPE. We have PPE stock in the building. We're still using it. We're getting requests from people for cloth masks, N95s, things like that, and we're giving those out. We have dealt with trash and rat issues. I know we talked about trash earlier, so I'm not going to go over that again. I am also the liaison with the Prince William Health Department, working quite frequently with Dr. Ansher, and having regular meetings every 2 weeks with Prince William Health Department staff. I am working on mental health resources for fire, PD, and staff. We did find a couple of potential providers. We had a meeting last week with the provider, and we're having another meeting tomorrow, and we will see how that goes. And if we proceed, then Laszlo and I will make a presentation and make a recommendation to you. I have been sending out regular safety messages through social media, everything from Thanksgiving turkey cooking to holiday lights to whatever needs to be done. And I'm also the ADA representative for the city. As a special project, I'm co-lead on an electric vehicle project, which is not purchasing electrical vehicles, but putting electrical vehicle chargers in the city. And I also visited in Fairfax the Afghan Refugee Center, which came out of the Afghan repatriation efforts through Dulles Airport. And it was basically a way for the refugees to come and find out what resources in the region are available to them. As for other things, I was appointed to the Community Services Board. I noticed says that I was awaiting the Prince William County consent. This was created before I actually got the consent, which was last week. And our first meeting is actually in 2 days, on Thursday night, when I'll be an active member of the CSB. I attended in the first quarter the Nature 360 conference, working on all sorts of community relationships. In my emergency manager role, I've been working with the schools on ALICE, which is the active shooter, active violence. I don't know how familiar you all are with that. Matters. I'm involved in the trainings. I liaise with the schools on all sorts of safety issues. I also been representing the city with the National Weather Service. They have 2 meetings a week that I listen in on. It's a one-way meeting. It's just they basically say, this is what we expect is going to happen next 3 days, like a snowstorm or a hurricane or, severe weather, whatever, and then I pass it on to Mr. Palco and let him know what I feel, may be impacting the city. Representing the city on various COG committees, such as ESF 5, ESF 8, the Public Health Committee. I represent the city on various other community committees, Community Healthcare Coalition, Neighborhood and Build Environment, the Opioid Process Action Team, which you're going to hear more about coming up probably at the next January meeting because there's funding coming in on opioid abatement. And I'm working on that with Mr. Palco and with the funds we're getting in. I'm representing the city on the NVERS, the Water and Wastewater Emergency Preparedness Working Group. In fact, tomorrow there's a radiological emergency preparedness meeting that I'm attending, not tomorrow, I'm sorry, Thursday morning. And I work with Nature, and Nature has appointed me, I'm not sure why, but they asked me if I would, on the Preparedness Planning Outcomes and Measures Task Force, which is actually a nationwide task force. I'm the only person from the region who's on that. There's about a dozen people from all over the country on that. And we're working on coming out with national suggested preparedness planning outcome and measures that Nature's going to publish. So that's quite interesting. I do have a few statistics here, as you can see. This is the total cases, total fully vaccinated and 18+ vaccinated for our city. You can see that the cases has gone down substantially. I will keep that in mind. You can see there's hospitalizations have been coming down, deaths have been coming down. I will say that recently, meaning in the last few weeks, fortunately not deaths, but hospitalizations and cases have started to come up again, not only for COVID, but flu and RSV and all that kind of stuff. So there's definitely been a spike, but that's expected. We expect that every winter. But you can see the overall trend has definitely been down for COVID, which is a good thing. And finally, monkeypox. Again, it peaked in the middle of the last quarter. It's dropped substantially since then. It's pretty much, they don't call it monkeypox anymore. They now call it Mpox. That's the CDC has changed it, and that's nationwide language. And there has been one death in Virginia, not in this region, but there has been one death. So that's all I have. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Thank you. Thank you. Any comments or questions? Comments? Councilmember Javed, do you have any comments or questions?
No questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And City Manager, do you have anything else for us?
Nothing else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, we do not have a closed session, so anything else for the good of the city? Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. We're
Aye.
adjourned. Thank you.